Hey guys, welcome back to CraterMania, and as always, I'm your host, Crater, and welcome to week 4 of CraterMania's 500 movies in 2025. So this week I'll be covering movies 35 through 46, and I'm continuing with what you may or may not have seen in my previous videos, where I create multiple themes for the movies I watch throughout the week. Uh, so I made some notes this week to talk about key points from all the movies I watched. Because in the past few videos that I've done for the channel, I've had zero notes, and last week I was very ill prepared. And I don't know if you guys could tell if you watched last week, but I was pretty nervous throughout that whole stream because I was trying my best to recollect everything I wanted to talk about. But there were several times throughout the stream that I forgot things I wanted to talk about. So I kind of had these like awkward moments in parts of the stream where it felt like I was kind of just repeating myself and seemed like I didn't know what to say because for some reason my brain just wouldn't allow it. Um, so I decided to start making notes. That way it's easier on me, and the notes are just there to remind me of all the key points I want to talk about. And I think this week is going to be a really good show because all these notes that I prepared for each of these movies that I watched this week, uh, I did some research on several of the movies and found out a lot of things that I didn't know before. So I'm really excited to share a lot of those things with you guys tonight. Um, so before I start, I guess I should say that having a YouTube channel is definitely an interesting experience, because when it comes to the learning process and formatting things, it's very very interesting. It can be difficult at times, but I'm sure I'll get the hang of it eventually. Um, and I'm sure that several creators out there have experienced this, and it's very cool to me, at least, to see how people's channels, especially ones that I'm personally friends with, like Dead Pit Radio or Evil Dead Chick, just how their channels have evolved over the years. Like because guys like I said, like Dead Pit Radio or Dana over at Evil Dead Chick, they've been doing this for years and years now, and I really commend them for that. Um, I plan to keep this channel up for as long as I can, and hopefully can come up with a variety of content for you guys. So what I'm wanting to do right now, like, is the 500 movies in 2025. That was my sole purpose really for creating this channel. But I do like more stuff than just movies, and I love wrestling. I love video games. I would love to cover some of that stuff later. Uh, you know, Later on, like when I find more time for it. But right now, like the 500 movies in 2025 is like the main focus. And for everybody that has checked that stuff out so far, of all the videos that I've done so far, I really appreciate it, guys. And I guess with that said, let's see. Let's see what's going on with you guys. Right now, I don't have anybody in the chat so I guess it's still early. I just started the stream, so maybe a few people will show up in the chat. If you don't want to chat, that's cool too. I just appreciate you guys being here and watching with me, or watching the videos and talk and seeing what I'm talking about, I guess you should say. So let's go ahead and jump into week 4. Now it's week 4 of CraterMania's 500 movies in 2025. So the first movie that I watched this week was originally not on the list, but Tom Baker, who comes into the channel sometimes in the chat, and I also see him over on Dana's channel on Evil Dead Chick as well. Um, he was in the chat here last week, and originally I only had 11 movies to watch this week on my list. Um, and this may seem weird, but I like to have an even number of movies that I watch through the week. So I went ahead and put this one at the top of the list for this week to watch, and that's the movie Batteries Not Included. Okay, so this movie came out in 1987, and it stars Hume Cronin and Jessica Tandy. And they were real life husband and wife. And they had been in several movies together, including both the Cocoon movies that came out. It was around the same time, I think, too, as Batteries Not Included. And you may also remember Jessica Tandy from other popular movies like The Birds and Driving Miss Daisy. So she was the title character in Driving Miss Daisy. But during the opening credits, um, pictures of young Hume Cronin and Jessica Tandy are shown throughout like the opening credits, and one of those photos even includes their actual wedding photo from 1942. There was a horror movie, so I found out something when I was doing research on this movie this week, is that there was a horror movie that was going to be titled Batteries Not Included. Um, but was forced to change its name when this film was being written. And that movie turned out to be none other than the iconic Child's Play. So, and I could kind of see that, like it being called Batteries Not Included because of the whole subject matter in Child's Play. But if it ended up being called that instead of Child's Play, like I don't know, like would it have been as popular? Would it have became a franchise? But I don't know. I don't really know how that works. I'm not a filmmaker. I'm not involved in that kind of industry. I just watch these things and love them. Um, but anyway, the story was originally intended to be an episode of the television series Amazing Stories. Um, but the executive producer, Steven Spielberg, he liked the idea so much that he decided to adapt it into a film. Um, and it was the feature film screenwriting debut of Brad Bird, who would later go on to direct several popular animated movies for both Warner Brothers and Disney, such as The Iron Giant, Ratatouille, and the Incredibles movies. I see my wife Candace is in the chat. She says Batteries Not Included was one of my favorite childhood movies. I had it on VHS and I wore it out. Yeah, and funny enough, Candace is the one that actually introduced me to this movie. Um, so I think we were maybe dating. It might have been, we might have been married at the time. I can't remember when I first watched it, but it was somewhere around like a little over 10 years ago. The first time I'd ever watched this movie. And Candace was the one that showed it to me, and I've absolutely loved it ever since. This week when I watched it was the first time I'd watched it in a while, but just watching it for this channel and doing a little bit of research on like behind the scenes stuff and just different things about the movie has really got me even more interested in the movie now. And this is an absolute beautiful movie. And the lesson we learn in this movie is that everybody struggles. Everybody needs a little help every once in a while. It doesn't matter where or who that help comes from. Uh, the people in this movie were faced with just heartbreaking situations, and they overcame that because they accepted help that came unexpectedly. And I can relate to this because 2024 was one of the toughest years of my life. Um, so after losing my father-in-law in December of 2023, it was tough for a while to cope with, for all of us here in the family. But then, as 2024 came and throughout the year, there were several times where my family was put in really difficult situations financially, um, and we didn't know how we would get ourselves out of it. But we prayed about it and we prayed for help, and help was given to us very unexpectedly, just out of nowhere. And I'm forever grateful for that. And we're doing a lot better now. So so nobody needs to worry about us here at the Prater household, because we're doing good now. Like, it was tough for a while, but and I believe everything happens for a reason. So yeah, um, but that's also one of the reasons why I decided to start this channel and to create this goal where I can try to watch 500 movies in 1 year, because movies are a passion for me. Um, and I think I've established that with you guys um, before, but they always make me feel good. They take my mind off of things when things are bothering me or whatever. Um, and I want to put that stuff that happened in 2024 behind me, and I wanted to make this year special by doing something I've always wanted to do, and share that with you guys in the process. Um, so batteries not included. I mean, it is. If you've never seen it, I think it has become this like cult film at this point for a lot of people who are fans of the '80s. Um, so it's basically just this. There's this apartment building. These people are stay. There's like five different characters in the movie that are all living in this apartment building, and including Hume Cronin and Jessica Tandy's characters, and they also like run this like diner on the bottom floor of the thing. Well, so there's like this, I guess, company within the city that's wanting to take over that whole like area of property, and so they're trying to like get them out of the apartment building, trying to run them out, but they're refusing to leave. So like that company like hires like this gang to kind of like interfere with everything and try to like run them out, scare them out of the building. And funny enough, like a couple weeks ago when I did the Phantasm movies, I was talking about James LaGrosse from Phantasm 2 and how I hadn't seen him in a lot of stuff. Um, well, that's starting to become like a trend now here on the channel, because I have seen more movies than I thought I have with him. Because last week I covered Solar Babies that he was a part of, and he's actually a part of the gang that's trying to run the tenants out of the building in Batteries Not Included. So it seems like it's just very coincidental that he's kind of becoming a trend every week here on the channel, where I'm watching something he's in, not knowing ahead of time. Um, but because when I seen him in the movie, I was like, holy crap, I forgot that he was in this movie. Um, but they're just trying to like scare them out of there, and then like one night the guy that Hume Cronin plays, he's just like, we need help. And then out of nowhere, these like alien, like spaceship robot things come there, and they, befriend the tenants of the building. They start repairing stuff for them. Um, and it's just like that throughout the whole movie. And, and then there's like little comedic parts, like when uh, one of the gang member, Carlos, who Jessica Tandy's character keeps mistaking him for her son Bobby, who passed away in a years ago in a car accident. So she's kind of like going through this whole like delusion, or like maybe she's in dementia. She has dementia. I'm really not sure. I don't think they ever really say in the movie what she has. But she keeps referring to him as Bobby, and but like Carlo, there's like these comedic instances with Carlos where he is just all this stuff that's going on with the robot stuff. He's not. And I think he thinks the place is like haunted or something at first because he doesn't know how these things are happening. Um, but you know, this is like I said, this is a great movie. You guys should really check it out. It's one of these really like heartfelt family '80s comedy adventures. That has and it also kind of plays into the whole like sci-fi aspect of things that was really popular at the time in the '80s. Um, and one of my favorite parts. So Frank McRae is in this movie, and Frank McRae is if you don't know who Frank, he is in a lot of movies from the '80s and early '90s. Um, my favorite, he plays the boss of Jack Slater from my favorite Arnold Schwarzenegger film, Last Action Hero. Um, and he plays character named Harry in this movie, where he's like a former boxer. He was a former boxing champion who had to retire because of brain damage. So, and you can kind of tell that with his character in this movie that he does, he seems a little slow, but then they kind of, go into the backstories of some of these characters that's in the building. Harry is like, they go into his backstory of how he was this boxer and how he had to retire because of brain damage, from a fight. Um, but he is one of my favorite characters in the whole movie. And there is this part where Harry is like running down the street and he's trying to find the little baby robots. Um, and when he's running down the street, he runs by this movie theater. And on the marquee of the movie theater, they're showing a double feature of Manhunter and David Cronenberg's The Fly. And I love little stuff like that. Like it's just kind of hidden in the background of movies sometimes. I mean, that stuff is always really, really cool to me. But yeah, like I said, when I watched this movie this past week, and the whole subject matter, it kind of hit close to home for me, um, because of just what went on with me and my family and stuff last year. But like I said, I'm putting all that behind me, and started by putting that behind me by making this channel and talk about these movies I love and stuff that really makes me happy. And so so if you guys have, like I said again before I move on, if you've never seen Batteries Not Included, definitely check it out. I think, where did I watch it this past week? I think I may have watched it on like Tubi or Pluto TV or something. It's one of those free streaming services. I think I may be wrong on that. Sorry, guys. I can't really remember where I watched it at this week, um, but definitely if you guys are able to find that, if you have it and you have seen it before, watch it again. I mean, because right now, is could be the best time for you to watch that, because you never know what you're gonna get from watching this movie, even if you've seen it before. Um, so moving on. Um, so the next movie I watched this week is the beginning of my first theme for this week, and what I'm calling the Fred Savage trilogy. So this movie came out also in 1987, and it's probably one of, if not the most well-known fantasy adventure epic of the 1980s. And that's the Rob Reiner film, The Princess Bride. So, as you may know, the wraparound scenes in this movie are of a young boy played by Fred Savage, who is sick in bed and being read a story called The Princess Bride by his grandfather, who's played by Peter Falk. Now, as a kid growing up watching movies, I always loved watching scenes that would show kids' bedrooms, because I was interested in all the stuff in their rooms, whether it be stuff on their shelves or posters on the wall or whatever. Um, so some of the first things I noticed in Fred Savage's bedroom in Princess Bride are the Masters of the Universe action figures. and there's a Marvel Secret Wars Captain America figure. And those are like all kinds of toys that I had when I was a kid. I still have some of them in my collection because now I'm older. I still collect stuff like that because it just, reminds me of the good times in my childhood. And there's even a poster on the wall of William the Refrigerator Perry, aka the Fridge, who was kind of a pop culture icon in the 80s. Um, the Fridge even had his own G.I. Joe action figure. And I think he was also in the Battle Royal between like the wrestlers and the NFL players. I think that was at WrestleMania 2, if I'm not mistaken. Um, but anyway, this is a movie where I feel all of the characters are beloved by the fans of the movie. But ironically, I personally find the title character, the Princess Bride herself, Buttercup, to be the least interesting thing from the whole movie. Um, but I totally get that though, because even though she's the title character, she's more so a secondary character that is just seen as the damsel in distress. And the plot is based around Wesley's mission in rescuing his true love. Um, I have to say, out of all the characters in this movie, you'd think since I'm such a big wrestling fan, my favorite would be Fezzik because he's played by Andre the Giant. But now I love Fezzik and several other characters in this. My favorite has to be Inigo Montoya. Um, I love the determination of wanting to avenge his father by finding the man who killed his father, the Six Fingered Man, which is played by Christopher Guest. And he wants, and when he finds him and fights him, he says he wants to say to him before he kills him what is probably the most iconic line from the movie. Hello, my name is Inigo Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to die. And that's entertaining to me. That during the sword fight between him and Wesley, Inigo reveals that he's planned to say those words for like 20 years or something to his father's killer. Um, so when the battle against Count Rugen finally occurs towards the end of the movie, it's satisfying to hear Inigo say that line several times over as the fight goes on. And when Count Rugen tries to bribe him, Inigo responds with, "I want my father back, you son of a bitch," before he kills him. Uh, so what's even more interesting about that scene is that back in 2021, the actor who portrayed Inigo Montoya, Mandy Patinkin, he revealed that his own father died of cancer when he was only 18. And when he portrayed the character of Inigo Montoya and delivered those lines, he was thinking of his own actual father. And to me, that makes the scene where he battles Count Rugen even more meaningful and powerful because he was thinking, that he was looking at Count Rugen as like the cancer, and he was killing the cancer. He was like avenging his own real father. So I really thought that was super cool. Revealed that back in 2021 because it was like a fan. He did like this like virtual interview thing with this fan of Princess Bride, and that came up, and I was like, wow, that's really something. Um, so another thing that I love in this movie is after Wesley is taken to the pit of despair by Count Rugen, along with this albino Igor character, he is placed on this torture device where he's like strapped to this table and this machine that has these suction cups attached all over his body is basically just sucking the life out of him. So after he's rescued by Fezzik and Inigo Montoya, they take him to Miracle Max and his wife Valerie, who are played by Billy Crystal and Carol Kane. And Max says that Wesley is only mostly dead, but not all the way dead. So Max creates this miracle pill for Wesley to try and swallow. So Inigo and Fezzik are able to get Wesley to take this pill, and when Wesley wakes up, he can only speak at first and is slowly gaining back his body movements. Um, so the following scenes after this, the string of scenes, I guess you should say, um, shows how good of an actor that Carrie Elwes is. I love when they're trying to stand him up and he can't keep his head straight. It keeps falling forwards or backwards. Um, and Fezzik has to end up holding it in place for him in order for Wesley to talk. And also when they're trying to storm the gate, but Inigo is pretty much forced to drag Wesley's body along with him. It's absolutely just hilarious. Um, and according to Carrie Elwes, on the first day of filming the scene where Inigo, Fezzik, and Wesley are on the barrier planning to storm the castle, Rob Reiner said, "Let's film the rehearsal and see what happens." Right after Fezzik said the line, "I guess not very long," Andre let out an incredible fart that lasted at least 16 seconds. The noise of it was so loud that it shook the plywood set of the barrier and made the sound engineer take his headphones off. Um, and during this, Carrie Ellis looked over at Andre and swears he saw steam rising from his head. And after the enormous fart was over, everyone in the area on set were stunned. And Rob Reiner asked, "Hey, Andre, you okay?" To which Andre replied, "I am now, boss." And there's just a ton of humor in this movie, and for me, that makes it so much more enjoyable. Um, from Carrie Elwes's comedic acting to the priest with the speech impediment to seeing Jerry Dandridge from Fright Night playing the evil Prince Humperdinck. This movie is just definitely up there near the top of my list of my favorite fantasy adventure movies. And there will be several more from that particular genre that I'll cover throughout this year. I actually do plan later on this year to do a sword and sorcery week where I'm just going to be doing all fantasy adventure movies. So that's going to be really fun when we get to that. Um, so moving on, let's see what we got going on in the chat first. Let's see. So Candace, you said Columbo, yeah, Peter Falk. I think there's actually even a scene between the grandfather and the grandson where Columbo used to do this thing on the show where he would right when he's getting ready to crack the case or whatever, he does this kind of smart aleck thing, I guess you could say, um, where he kind of turns and looks at the door and he turns back. So there's a scene in Princess Bride where he does that. I guess it's kind of like a tribute to Columbo. Um, and Candace, you said you remember watching that interview. I think I don't remember if you found it or I found it first, but I know we sent it to one another. After we found it, that's just that's super cool. Um, my friend Brandon uh, is in the chat. He says it's too bad there isn't footage of the Andre fart. Yeah, I also thought the same thing. That really kind of sucks that that wasn't caught on film because that just seems hilarious to me. It may have not been hilarious to Andre, but who knows? Maybe he just had this kind of hidden sense of humor to where he liked to do stuff like that to mess with the other people that he was working with. I mean, he was a professional wrestler, and uh, behind the scenes of professional wrestling, those guys are known to do a lot of just crazy stuff like that, pulling pranks on each other and all that. So, yeah, that is too bad. Um, let's see. So, moving on. The next movie on my list is the second movie as part of the Fred Savage trilogy, and that's Little Monsters from 1989. This was directed by Richard Greenberg. Uh, so it was released at the tail end of the 80s in 1989. But it's still an 80s movie and definitely one of the most memorable 80s movies from my childhood. Um, so there's a part in the beginning of the movie. It's at the main beginning when the character Brian, played by Fred Savage, he gets out of bed one night and he's making this peanut butter and onion sandwich. And to me, I love peanut butter, and I've tried peanut butter with several other different foods, but I'm not an onion guy at all. So I don't think a peanut butter and onion sandwich would be too good for me. But anyway, as he's making this peanut butter and onion sandwich, he goes and sits down. It's real late at night. He's supposed to be in bed, but he's watching this show downstairs called All About Chicks. And it's hosted by a guy named Sam Yahey, and he's played by Rick DeCommon. I think that's how you pronounce his last name, Rick DeCommon. He's also in The Burbs, but he plays this like talk show host. But he also plays another role in Little Monsters. He plays the monster Snick. Um, but I always thought that was just kind of because I don't think they credit him in the movie for that role as the talk show host either. But I just thought that was really funny. And unfortunately, Rick DeCommon, he's passed away now, and I always wanted to really meet him one day because I'm a big fan of the Burbs, and also this movie too, The Little Monsters. So, but unfortunately, I never got to meet him before he passed. I'm not sure when he passed. It doesn't seem like it was that long ago. Maybe like close to 10 years or something, maybe now, but I could be wrong. Um, but Daniel Stern, who's also in this movie, he plays the dad, and he's best known. I think Daniel Stern's best known role is Marv from Home Alone. Um, and oh, Candace, you said he's. I think you mean it's. I think you're talking about Encino Man. Yeah, he is in Encino. I forgot about that. That's right. Candace loves Encino Man. Um, but anyway, what I was saying was Daniel Stern, I think his best known role is Marv from Home Alone, and but he plays the dad to Brian and Eric, uh, and he also has what was it? I lost my train of thought. Anyway, he plays the dad to Brian and Eric, and he also kind of has a tie. That's what I was going to say. He has a tie to another Fred Savage project where he is the narrator as an older Kevin Arnold on the Wonder Years. So I thought that was really cool that he's in this, and then what's also cool is that he's not the only Home Alone uh, person from Home Alone in this movie. Um, so this movie obviously came out before Home Alone, and we have a very young um, Buzz McAllister from Home Alone. I can't think of the actor's name, but the guy that played Buzz in Home Alone plays. Well, he's supposed to be the bully, Ronnie Coleman, but by the end of the movie, him, Ronnie, and Brian are friends. I mean, he's helping Brian save his little brother Eric. Um, and the cool thing about the brother in this, Eric, he's played by Ben Savage, which is Fred Savage's real life brother. Um, but like I was saying, like it's really cool that there's a Home Alone tied to this. Um, and there's another scene. I don't think Candace likes. She hates this scene in this movie, but well, not in Little Monsters, but they show a movie in this um, that's playing on this TV in the closet of Eric's when Brian is staying the night in Eric's room because Eric is like saying there's monsters in his room. So Brian decides he's going to stay in Eric's room that night. And so there's this little TV playing in the closet, and it's showing the original The Fly with Vincent Price, and it's the ending where the guy's like, he's inside the spider web. He's like, "Help me, help me!" Candace absolutely hates that. She hates that scene in The Fly. Um, but as I mentioned earlier, like it's funny that this movie has Home Alone ties to it because Brian, when he's staying in Eric's room, trying to figure out what's going on, like because he doesn't believe in monsters or anything, but but he realizes something weird is going on. So he tries to make this like booby trap on the out of the bed to try and catch this monster or whatever it is that's in Eric's room, which ends up being Maurice, who is played by Howie Mandel. Um, and I've always been curious if the designs and like the story of this was an inspiration for Clive Barker's Nightbreed, because Midian in Nightbreed kind of reminds you of the monster world in Little Monsters. And another movie that I was really kind of curious if there was inspiration drawn from this was Pixar's Monsters Inc. Um, as where the characters of the monsters in Monsters Inc. are just like going through all these different doorways to get to these kids' rooms to scare them. But in Little Monsters, it's not done with doors; it's done with being under the bed. So, but I can still see there could be a little bit of inspiration there for that. But if there is, I'm not sure. I couldn't find anything on it when I was doing a little bit of research on this. Um, so as I said, Daniel Stern, who's in this as the dad, there's a part in the movie towards the beginning where he's watching the Celtics game, and it's funny because years later he would end up starring along with Dan Aykroyd and Damon Wayans in this really cool basketball movie from the '90s that I always loved called Celtic Pride, where they're big Celtics fans, or Dan Aykroyd and Daniel Stern are big Celtics fans, and Damon Wayans actually plays for like the Lakers in the movie, and he's like one of the best players at that time or whatever. So they like kidnap him and trying to keep him from playing the game so the Celtics can advance in the series. It's a fun movie. If you've never seen that, check it out. I think that'd be a movie that I'll probably cover here later on this year as well. Um, so in Brian's room, in his room in the movie, like I was talking about earlier in Princess Bride, I always check out stuff that's in like kids' rooms from that era of movies because it was the time that I was growing up. Uh, Brian has a License to Drive poster in his room, along with another poster of Miami Dolphins football star Dan Marino. Um, and I thought that was kind of a ongoing trend with a lot of those movies. If they were like showing kids' rooms, they'd always have like a sports poster or something in their room. I know, like in Troll 2, Joshua has like pennants of every Major League Baseball team all over his wall and that. But I love seeing stuff like that. I love that. Um, so when Maurice and Brian are visiting like these other kids' houses and they're wreaking havoc, they stop at Ronnie's house. I mentioned Ronnie earlier. Ronnie Coleman. He's like the bully. He's in this, because he picked the first day they get on the bus in the movie. Like he comes up to Eric and Brian because or I think Brian threw Eric's like bag of lunch out the window and it lands on Ronnie. So that's when Ronnie kind of starts picking on him. But they go to his house when Maurice and Brian when they go to Ronnie's house and they get to the refrigerator and they replace his tuna sandwich with cat food, and Maurice drinks his apple juice and then replaces it with his own piss, and and he makes the comment, which I can't never forget this. He says Ronnie's going to be pissed, and I always love that. Uh, so the next day when Ronnie's eating his lunch, um, he drinks that bottle of piss and spits it out. And says, "Who put piss in my apple juice?" Now, my question to that is, how does he know what piss tastes like? I mean that always kind of puzzled me ever since I was a kid watching this. It's like when he says that, like how does he know? But and like Candace said, it is one of the best parts in the whole movie. I love it. Um, now, like I said, Ben Savage, who plays Brian's brother in this, Eric, uh, that isn't the only role he has in the movie. So there's a part when Brian and Maurice are down in the monster world, and they go to this like baseball game. Well, it's like baseball, but they call it Monster Ball, and it's just where they're like they've taken all these things from different houses, and they like there's a pitcher that throws the ball, and then the batter hits it, and they're aiming for like all of these items from people's houses that they've stolen to break them and then return them after they're broken. But one of the monster kids that comes up to bat is actually being Savage, and he's just dressed up as one of the random monsters in that scene. And funny little behind the scene, like nothing a part of the actual movie, but this something I learned about this is that after the movie, there was a Little Monsters sweepstakes with an old school kids rap song as part of the infomercial. So dialing the number 1-900-89 Maurice resulted in the caller winning a variety of prizes, and the prizes varied from like small ones like copies of the movie, glow in the dark shirts, and just like little standee cutouts of Brian and Maurice, to like the much bigger prizes were like signed photos of Fred Savage, the pinball machine that's actually a part of the Monster World that Brian Maurice play. Um, that was one of the prizes, and also there was a trip to Hawaii that you could win. Um, now, of course, this sweepstakes is long over, and that number to call is no longer available. But that stuff like that always seemed really fun. I didn't really like participate in a lot of sweepstakes stuff when I was a kid, but like going and finding like these old ads and infomercials and stuff. A lot of that stuff is like uploaded on YouTube now that you can see that stuff. That just seems super fun to me, and I regret not ever participating in that kind of stuff. I always remember seeing them all the time, like especially like the Nickelodeon stuff. Like they always had sweepstakes through Nickelodeon, and for some reason I never did any of that. Um, but another cool thing that I learned about this movie is that Howie Mandel's acting mentor was William Daniels, and William Daniels was the voice of Kit on Knight Rider, and he's probably even more well known as Mr. Feeney on Boy Meets World, which Ben Savage, who's in this movie, played Corey Matthews on Boy Meets World. And I think Ben Savage has also went on record to say that William Daniels, he considers William Daniels as one of his acting mentors as well. So that's super cool that like the little random things like that you learn, and they're kind of tied to other things that like people that were in the movie were a part of. I love stuff like that. Um, One thing that always kind of stood out to me about this movie is the personality and the character design of Maurice. He just always seemed very similar to Beetlejuice to me. Just like a much nicer Beetlejuice. Um, but I remember reading that Howie Mandel still has the original outfit of Maurice from this, but he has also went and said that this is one of the movies that he enjoyed the least working on because of just the hours it took to put on the makeup and costume and everything, and like they were working in like this old warehouse where the Monster World was filmed in, and it was really hot conditions, and I can get that, but I think he still he appreciates the fans of this movie, and he enjoys like the legacy of it, I guess you could say. Uh, but when it comes down to like the main villain of this movie, though, which his name is Boy, he is probably one of the creepiest villains for a kids movie at this time. And I'm pretty sure he still gives my wife nightmares. But he is really creepy, like, because he's like underneath his face is like this monster face. But but that's not even the creepiest thing about him. The creepiest thing is that he has got like this human face pinned back all around the front of his head. It's kind of like he almost looks like a Hellraiser Cenobite or something. Um, but he's super creepy. Definitely, like I said, one of the creepiest villains for a kids movie that was coming out at that time. Um, so in the final scene of the movie, after Boy and Snick are defeated, uh, Maurice tries to help Brian and his friends get back before the sun comes up and they're trapped in the monster world and becomes monsters forever. So, oh, sorry. Let's see here. My notes got all like went all over the screen, so sorry about that. Like I was saying though, when they're trying to get back home before the sun comes up, before they're trapped in the monster world and they become monsters forever. Now the sun is already up in their home of Boston, so they try to head west in the monster world because of the different time zones, and they end up in California. Um, and there's this whole like sad goodbye and everything, but like the thing is, like, Brian can't stay in the monster world; he'll become a monster for it. But that doesn't mean that Maurice can't come and see him, like visit him from time to time, underneath his bed or whatever. So it kind of makes that whole like tearful goodbye at the end of the movie uh, not make any sense. But it is what it is. It is a movie, and that's sometimes how movies play out. Um, but like I said, at the end of the movie, they end up in California, which the state of California plays a major part in the next movie I'll be talking about. So, yeah, so let's go ahead before I get into that, though. Let's go see what's going on in chat. Um, Candace, you said you had a weird crush on him, but was scared of him too. Are you talking about Boy? Because I always remember you telling me that you were scared of him. I don't remember you saying you had a weird crush on him, but hey, you do you, Uh, you said as an adult, some of those monsters down there creep you out. Yeah, there are definitely some really creepy designs for the monsters in this for a kids movie. Um, but I think that makes it even more of a reason why I love this movie because I love that kind of spooky, creepy stuff. Like maybe that makes me weird, but whatever. Oh yeah, the one monster that has the long bird legs. Yeah, I forgot about that one. That's a good one. Like I said, the designs are so crazy in this. Uh, okay, let's see. So, like I said, this next movie that I'm going to be talking about is takes place in part of the movie takes place in California, but it has a lot to do with that whole state and the dialogue as well. Um, and this is the 1989 Todd Holland directed The Wizard. Now, this is one of my favorite movies of all time. I've always said this, growing up, this is one of my favorite movies. I've told Candace countless times about it. Um, but, I actually love this movie because it was just, you know, pretty much a hour and a half Nintendo ad. And I grew up loving Nintendo and video games in general, and just I remember when I seen the VHS of this as a kid, and it has Fred Savage on the front. He's got the Power Glove, and it's got all these like video game characters around on the cover. I was like, wow, this has got to be awesome, and it is. I absolutely love this. Um, Now, the director Todd Holland, he said that he demanded Universal to cut down the length of the shooting script of this movie, but they refused, and he shot the entire script, which ended up being like I think 2.5 hours. Um, but it was later edited down for the theatrical release to like 100 minutes. Um, but the full length 2.5 hour cut of the film was released for the first time in 2020 on DVD and Blu-ray. I've not seen that yet, but I do want to watch that at some point because that just seems interesting that they would have a 2.5 hour cut of this movie. Um, and I don't know, like it seems like it would be really drawn out because like I feel like the theatrical release, the version I've always known, is like near perfect because like it kind of just sums up everything that needs to be told in the story. So that 2.5 hour cut's got to be interesting at least to say. Um, so the original pitch for the movie was the Karate Kid, but with video games. And though it's never stated, the movie is a loose interpretation of the musical movie Tommy, which about from the Who. And in Tommy, he's blind and deaf and mute, but somehow becomes this pinball wizard. Uh, now, much like how Jimmy has his own issues to the point where his mother and stepfather want to put him in a mental institution. Um, so I thought that was a really kind of cool tie to that. But in the finished movie, Jimmy's first time playing a game is in the bus stop, and when Corey gives him a quarter to play Double Dragon, um, there were countless scenes cut out of the final movie prior to this, where Jimmy is playing. He's playing a bunch of different games, and those deleted scenes are all on the Shout Factory Anniversary Edition of the Blu-ray. Um, Now I don't actually have a copy of that Blu-ray, like I said, because I haven't seen that 2.5 hour cut. But I have seen some of these deleted scenes are uploaded online, and I've seen those. So yeah, like he's playing a bunch of different games. But I think it was really cool that they decided to go with Double Dragon. I always loved Double Dragon. Um, Now I didn't realize this when I was a kid. I mean, it's obvious to me now, but all the video game footage in the movie is pre-recorded. And when I was a kid, for some reason, I thought when they're playing the game in the movie, they're actually playing the game. Um, but and another interesting thing is that some of the promotional artwork for the movie, like the movie poster, shows Fred Savage wearing a Power Glove on his left hand. However, it is believed that Nintendo never produced a left-handed Power Glove, so I don't know if that was just like a prop that they just made for the movie, where because the image is not reversed or anything that's on the poster. So, um, and there's no proof out there so far that I've seen that a left-handed Power Glove exists. Uh, but who knows? But I also found that there are some very strange translations for this movie in other countries. And I got a list here that I wanted to just share with you guys. So in Germany, this movie is known as Joystick Heroes. In Japan, it's known as Sweet Road. That's probably the most interesting one of this whole list. I don't understand that name. In Italy and Brazil, it was known as the Wizard of Video Games. In France, it was known as the Video Kid. In Spain, the Champion of Video Games. In Sweden, it's known as Game Boy. I actually like that name. Game Boy would have been a very fitting title for this as well. Game Over is the name in Finland, and there is a Canadian French version called The Child Genius. So those are all pretty interesting titles. Sweet Road is definitely the most interesting. I'm not sure what's going over there in Japan, where they want to name that name this movie Sweet Road. I don't know what that even means, but yeah, it's definitely interesting. Maybe I'll do some more research on that and see as a, why it was called that in Japan. Um, so Bo Bridges and Christian Slater are both in this, and Bo Bridges plays Fred Savage's dad, and Christian Slater plays his brother. And they both admitted that they had little to no interest in video games when they were cast in the movie, and when they played during filming, they actually became fans of video games. So that's interesting. So, like, as I know, there's like scenes in the movie with Bo Bridges where he's playing. He plays Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and he plays Legend of Zelda 2, Link's Adventure. Um, so I'm curious of what Bo Bridges' favorite Nintendo game is. That's very funny that like he had no interest in it. On Christian Slater, they both had no interest, and then they became fans after the movie. That's really cool. Um, so there's a scene in the movie when Corey has Jimmy challenge these businessmen who are playing this arcade game, and so Corey tries to make a bet with them because they're trying to make some money to make it to California. Um, so the arcade game that those businessmen are playing, on the side of it, it features an ad for the then recent Tom Petty album Full Moon Fever. And me and Candace were big Tom Petty fans. Last year we started doing these videos, which we don't really fool with it much anymore, but we were doing this we were doing this series on YouTube called The Video Dead. And one of the videos that we covered was a Tom Petty song. Oh my God, I can't think of it. Candace, if you can remember what the name of that song is, because I'm having a brain fart right now. That Tom Petty video that we covered on Video Dead. But you could go to the Death by Stereo podcast YouTube channel. It's on there if you guys want to go on there and check it out. For some reason, I can't think of it right now, what the name of that song is. But interestingly enough, I was talking about the Power Glove earlier with the left-handed one that's on the poster. So that's one of the more popular scenes, I think, from this movie. It's with Lucas and the Power Glove, and he plays, against Jimmy, which Jimmy doesn't even try. So he sees Lucas play Rad Racer with the Power Glove, and he's like, "Screw this! I can't beat him." But what's really cool about that scene is that when Lucas is before he plays Rad Racer with the Power Glove, he presses like 5 keys on the Power Glove, and each button that he pushes makes like this different musical note. So the 5 sequential tones that are played here is the same 5 musical tone phrase that's used in Close Encounters of the Third Kind when the aliens are communicating with the Earthlings. And I didn't know that until I was doing research on this movie, and I saw that. That's super cool because it ties into next week's video that I'll be doing for the show. Because Close Encounters of the Third Kind is one of the movies that I chose a while back for next week. Because I'm going to be doing some different Steven Spielberg movies next week. And that's one of them. So that's very cool to learn that. So this is one of my favorite stories about the wizard that I just learned this past weekend. Like it's definitely one of one of the funniest things behind the scenes when it comes to the movie. And I was actually telling my brother-in-law CJ about this earlier. But after several rejections, the producers got permission to shoot in a Reno casino when they let a state official's kids meet Fred Savage because those kids were big fans of the Wonder Years that Fred Savage was also on at the time. Um, so, because of this, because they got to meet Fred Savage, the state officials went ahead and let them have permission to shoot in that casino in Reno. Um, but according to the special edition Blu-ray commentary, those kids' scenes were cut. And I definitely feel like the director or whoever um, had to have done that on purpose. That has to be on purpose because of like he was just salty because he was rejected several times. But I don't know, like it's not funny for those kids. I hate that for them, but I don't know. That just it seems petty in a very funny way. So as like I mentioned earlier, when I watched Batteries Not Included, Frank McRae was in that as Harry. He also shows up in this movie as the character Spanky, um, and he's one of Haley's dad's like truck driver friends. So and he's the one that she calls up to come and help him, win some money in the casino and all that. But the truck that Spanky drives in this movie, in The Wizard, is a very familiar truck. And in the scene where the trucks block the road in front of Putnam, who is like the private investigator who was like hired by Jimmy's mother and stepfather to like chase them down and bring them back to Utah. That, so there's this scene where these like trucks like block the road, in front of Putnam, and the truck that Spanky, Frank McRae's character, is driving is the same truck used in Over the Top, starring Sylvester Stallone, which is my favorite Sylvester Stallone movie. Um, and if you look closely, it even still says Hawk written on the door of the truck, which is Sylvester Stallone's character Lincoln Hawk. Uh, so I didn't know that. That's another thing that I didn't know until this past week when doing research on the movie. So that's super cool. To me at least. Um, Another one of my favorite parts of the entire movie involves the location of the Video Armageddon competition at the end of the movie. So the competition takes place at Universal Studios Hollywood. So in the movie, you see a variety of characters walking around the park, including a couple of the Universal monsters, Frankenstein's monster and the Wolfman. And they're both like pestering Putnam, the private investigator guy. Um, and the part with the Wolfman, it leads into this scene where the Universal backlot tour guide mentions this movie called Mayhem in Monte Carlo, starring Zsa Zsa Gabor and Pee Wee Herman in the romantic leads. And I was like, so when I was paying attention to that scene when I was watching the movie, I was like, I got to find that movie. I want to watch that movie. Well, you're not going to find that movie because that movie doesn't exist. It was made up for the Wizard that for that line in the script. And that's disappointed me because, as I stated, previously, I'm a big Pee Wee Herman fan. So to see him in a romantic lead with Zsa Zsa Gabor would be hilarious. Uh, so there is a scene earlier in the movie when they're at when the stepfather and Jimmy's mother are like consulting with like this doctor or whatever, she a therapist. Um, and Jimmy is in this room, like toy room, while they're having that talk. And the structure that Jimmy is building with the toy blocks is supposed to resemble the video Armageddon stage at the end of the film. Um, I mean, that's just what I read about. I don't know if that's true, but if you look at it, what he's it does kind of look similar. So maybe that is the case. A little bit of foreshadowing. Um, so after the competition, the video Armageddon competition at the end of the movie is over, and Jimmy has won. They pass by these dinosaur statues that are part of this like real life tourist attraction in Cabazon, California, that's near Palm Springs. And um, I always remember those dinosaurs specifically, well, from this movie, but also from Pee Wee's Big Adventure. There's a big part in that where those dinosaurs are featured. Um, and in this ending of the scene, or I'm sorry, ending of the movie, um, one of the major subplots of the movie is truly heartbreaking, and it's based around Jimmy's twin sister that died years ago from drowning, and that's the reason why he's dealing with all these traumatic issues, and he rarely speaks. Um, but so when they pass by these dinosaurs, he like goes into this panic and is yelling California, California over and over. He does that in a lot of the movie. Because and that's one of the very like limited lines that the character Jimmy has. Um, but by him doing that, it prompts them to pull over, and he gets out and he runs inside one of the dinosaurs to hide with this lunchbox that he's been carrying to the whole movie. Um, and it's then revealed that the contents inside the lunchbox are belongings to his sister that passed, including a photo of their family that's all together, and they're at that same dinosaur location from years before. Um, Jimmy then leaves the lunchbox behind because it was a place where his sister was happy at in life. Um, and it's at the end of the movie, like so, Haley Lee is leaving in the vehicle with the Woods family back home, but it's never known. I mean, it's unknown if she goes back home to Reno, Nevada, or if she goes to Utah with the Woods family at the end. Now, one would assume that they took her home since her dad is still present in her life, according to her, but she could have been lying, since we never see her dad, and it's possible that he died and she lives alone there in that little trailer in Reno. Um, but regardless, the deal was that she got half of the competition prize money, and the movie doesn't extend on that either. So really, the only thing that I would add to this movie would be the explanation of what happened with Haley and the prize money. Um, Now, the biggest thing, in my opinion, to come from this movie is how it cements itself as a huge moment for both movie and video game history. So, in 1988, there was a delay in production for several Nintendo's game releases, specifically Super Mario Brothers 3. Now, this gave Nintendo the opportunity to promote the game through this movie when Universal approached Nintendo's marketing department with an idea for a video game competition movie. So that's how several of Nintendo's licensed titles made it into the movie, and more importantly, marked the North American footage debut for Super Mario Brothers 3 in the movie's ending, since the game was not released to the public in North America until 2 months later after The Wizard was released. Um, and furthermore, the movie shows that Universal and Nintendo had patched things up since Universal sued Nintendo earlier in the 80s over the release of Donkey Kong because the character was being so similar to King Kong. And in fact, one of the big moments towards the end of the movie features Putnam, the private investigator, chasing the kids through the King Kong ride at Universal Studios. And nowadays it's kind of become full circle in relation to the story behind the Wizard because Universal Studios now has Nintendo themed areas for the theme parks. And in 2023, Super Mario Brothers movie was produced and released by Universal's Illumination Company. So I think it would be really cool that if the Super Nintendo Land, if that's still around in 2029, that Universal Studios could celebrate the 40th anniversary of the Wizard and maybe host a real video Armageddon competition there at the park that anybody could sign up for. I think that would be super cool. Now, definitely, if they did that, a lot of people would sign up, so they would have some kind of like online qualifying competition thing if they did that. But I think that would be very cool for them to pay tribute to the Wizard because like I said, I feel like it's a very important part of video game history. Uh, and movie history because it's just where they're just tied together. Um, hey, Mr. Katz. So you said you love yes, the Wizard is awesome. It is. I mean, it's like I said, without a doubt, one of my favorite movies of all time. Just because it's very nostalgic for me. Um, I grew up loving everything Nintendo related. The Super Nintendo system is my favorite video game system of all time. I mean, it has some of my favorite games ever. My favorite game for the Super Nintendo is the Zombies Ate My Neighbors. Love it. And Chrono Trigger, another favorite of mine. Zelda Link to the Past. Of course, Super Mario World. Just I could go on and on about that. Maybe I should start a video series talking about video games too, like old retro video games. That'd be fun. Um, let's see. So, and that was the final movie in the Fred Savage trilogy, at least. But moving on, we now leave the state of California and onto the state of Kansas, where we'll wind up in a twister that will send us down the yellow brick road and off to see another wizard, the wonderful Wizard of Oz. Now, this movie is the oldest movie that I have covered on this channel yet. It was based on the book by L. Frank Baum, and this movie was released in 1939. It was directed by Victor Fleming, and it starred Judy Garland as Dorothy. Now, I think close to everybody has probably seen Wizard of Oz. If you've not, you definitely need to get on that ASAP because this has got to be one of the greatest movies of all time, one of the most influential movies of all time. Um, it is just a timeless classic and is beloved by many different generations. Um, like I said, it's considered one of the greatest movies of all time, and its influence on pop culture is just all over the place. Now, this was a regular watched movie during my childhood at my house. Whether we were watching it on VHS or on cable or whatever, it was just something we watched so much. My family had majority of the movie memorized. Um, my mom is a big fan, and ultimately, I believe that's what made me a fan. Because when it comes to my parents' taste in movies, I was heavily influenced by that. Like I said before, my dad was a big horror movie fan. He was always showing me horror movies. I think that's a pretty much why I became a horror movie fan. But my mom was a fan of the Wizard of Oz. I mean, and to point I can remember my mom in the '90s having the special edition set of Barbies of like all the characters that Mattel released. Um, and I myself even had some like these little PVC figurines of all the characters. Um, there's a toy company called Mego. I'm sure if you know any toy collectors out there are very familiar with. Mego was like pretty much the first ever action figure company, but they put out some of these Wizard of All dolls. I want to say they're from like the late '80s, but I had the Tin Man one at one point during my childhood, and it's probably still at like my mom's house um, somewhere. Because I know she does usually keep a lot of things from my childhood that she's had put up for years. So maybe I need to ask her about that, see if she still has that Tin Man doll that I had when I was a kid. Um, Now, my niece Madison, when she was very little, back in the early 2000s, she fell in love with the Wizard of Oz, and she even dressed like Dorothy one year for Halloween. I remember when one of the first times she ever watched Wizard of Oz. I was in the room at the time when she was watching it, and so was my mom. And the early parts of the movie, that are set in Kansas, they're in black and white. And I remember my niece asking my mom, "Gran, was the whole world in black and white back then?" I'll never forget that. It was just like a very cute comment she made at a very young age watching Wizard of Oz, and just that's very special to me because, like I said, I grew up watching the movie too, and it just based on that, like I said, the movie is timeless. It's currently 86 years old, and it continues to have an effect on people to this day. Um, Candace, you say you love Wizard of Oz, Mr. Katz. It was on network TV just about every year. Yeah, it was, and multiple times a year. I mean, there was also like times I think maybe like TBS or TNT or something. One of those networks would like broadcast it for 24 hours, much like they did with like A Christmas Story on Christmas Eve through Christmas Day. They did that with Wizard of Oz one year. I'll never forget it because I remember that like the advertisements on TV were like constant, showing commercials like advertising like 24 hours of the Wizard of Oz, and I'm sure that I probably watched it multiple times throughout that 24 hours back then. Um, but there's just like a ton of information out there about the Wizard of Oz. It's online, and I wish I could cover all of it in this video because there's so much, but that I'm not going to be able to. But I still have several things that I want to talk about when it comes to this movie. Um, I'm also going to do this one a little different, so I won't be really talking about what happens in the movie as much, but more so the influence from it and just some interesting stories surrounding it. Um, so, like I said earlier, the references and the influences on pop culture is just all over the place when it comes to the Wizard of Oz. That list is also too long to cover, um, but just to cover it all, but because it's mostly referenced in TV shows and cartoons. But I figured I would just mention a few of my favorite references from movies and maybe a couple from TV shows. Um, like for example, I'm a big Vincent Price fan. Some of my favorite movies of his are the Dr. Phibes movies. So in the original, The Abominable Dr. Phibes, Over the Rainbow is played in the movie, and we see something that kind of like resembles the Tin Man's axe when that's playing in the movie. And then in the sequel, Dr. Phibes Rises Again, Dr. Phibes himself is actually singing Over the Rainbow in that. Um, so that's very cool. Like to for one of these things that I loved in my early childhood. And as I got older, I fell in love with Vincent Price. He's probably my favorite horror movie actor of all time. And they just kind of and how they kind of tie into one another. I just like I said before, I love that kind of stuff. Um, and so this next one is not a movie, but I have to mention the Paul Lynde Halloween special from 1976. Now, I love this special because it features my favorite band of all time, Kiss. It also features one of my childhood crushes, which is Florence Henderson, aka Carol Brady from the Brady Bunch. Um, and of course, Margaret Hamilton, who reprises her role as the Wicked Witch of the West in this special, um, where her and Witchy Poo from um, HR Puffin Stuff has granted 3 wishes for Paul Lynde, and I'm pretty sure the entire special is on YouTube for free, so you can definitely check that out if you've never seen it. But I love that kind of stuff from the '70s, and I think Candace is kind of my wife. Candace has even helped that love grow over the years because she loves that stuff too. So, and that's one of the things that really drew me to her is that because we have so much in common. Um, so this next reference slash influence maybe kind of a stretch. Well, at least I thought it was until I did a little bit more research. Um, but I've always seen the story of Star Wars: A New Hope to be very similar to The Wizard of Oz. Whereas Luke's story is very similar to Dorothy's, and he makes several friends along the way who end up helping him, much like how Scarecrow, Tin Man, and the Cowardly Lion helped Dorothy. Um, and when I was doing the research for Wizard of Oz for this video, I came across a making of Star Wars video where Mark Hamill even says um, that he's seen Luke as like Dorothy. So that's super awesome that he sees it that way, and I just thought that for years already. So very very cool. Um, so me and my wife are huge. I'm talking huge Muppets fans, big Jim Henson fans. Um, Probably one of our favorite things that we share together is our love for the Muppets and Jim Henson. Now, the Muppet Show in the '70s has one of my favorite episodes where Alice Cooper is the guest star. And in one segment on that same episode, Kermit's nephew Robin sings Over the Rainbow. And I absolutely loved it. And that was one of the things, not to get off subject, but that was one of the things that I always loved about the Muppet Show is that they would always have these segments where they had their different characters like singing these songs that had more of and that whole segment would have a more serious tone than any kind of comedy to it. And like one of my favorites is when Rolf is singing "What a Wonderful World" while he is like petting on this little puppy, and it's I don't know, it's very beautiful in its own strange way. Um, but yeah, like so that like I was saying, like Robin sings Over the Rainbow, and one of my favorite episodes with Alice Cooper. I love Alice Cooper too. That's one of the reasons why that episode is one of my favorites. Um, but going on from the Muppet Show, also in the Muppet movie from 1979, the biggest song to come from that movie, and one of the biggest like things related to the Muppets in general, the Rainbow Connection has a line that says, "Why are there so many songs about rainbows?" And that was a nod to Over the Rainbow in The Wizard of Oz. Uh, hey, Greg Brewer, what's going on, man? Hi, I hope all is well. Yeah, definitely, man. We're doing good in the hood over here, um, in CraterMania land. And you say you grew up on Fraggle Rock? Hell yeah, man! Like I love Fraggle Rock. My wife, like I said, we're we're huge Jim Henson fans, so that just doesn't apply just to the Muppets, but that's like everything that Jim Henson's worked on. Fraggle Rock, Sesame Street, Dark Crystal, Labyrinth. The list goes on and on. Um, Now, in 1981, while promoting the second Muppet movie, The Great Muppet Caper, ABC aired this 1 hour special called Muppets Go to the Movies, and where they spoofed several movies, including Wizard of Oz. And there's all kinds of other stuff that like they did like that with Wizard of Oz and the Muppets, because they had like books that came out. Um, where the characters are like featured in the different costumes and stuff of the characters from Wizard of Oz, and um, there's other episodes of the Muppet Show too that reference Wizard of Oz, like the ones with Debbie Harry and Brooke Shields, and there's even one with one episode of the Muppet Show with Elton John, where he sings on the show his Wizard of Oz inspired song, "Goodbye Yellow Brick Road." And I know my wife loves that because Elton John, I think, is probably her favorite singer of all time, if I'm not mistaken. Um, but like I said, there's also many other Muppet things that were put out by Jim Henson that reference the movie. But again, that's another list that's too long to cover in this video. But maybe one day I'll do a whole video covering like the relations between Wizard of Oz and the Muppets. I think that would probably be pretty fun. Um, but it's clear that Jim Henson was a big fan of Wizard of Oz to the point he was including it in all of his own masterpieces. Um, Now, moving on from the Muppets, I just want to mention a couple more references for now. Now, I'm a big professional wrestling fan, as I've stated a couple times on here. And there's even references to Wizard of Oz in wrestling. Yes, in professional wrestling. So in 1991, at the first ever WCW Super Brawl pay per view, the wrestler Kevin Nash debuted a new character simply named Oz. Now, it didn't last very long, and wrestling fans throughout the years have deemed it as one of the worst wrestling gimmicks of all time. But I've met Kevin Nash in the past, and I've asked him about that gimmick, and he wasn't very crazy about it. I don't think a lot of people were crazy about it. I think that might have been like a Dusty Rhodes idea, if I'm not mistaken. Um, but at least it's still being talked about to this day. Even though it was not a very good gimmick, it's still like regarded as one of the worst and strangest gimmicks of all time in wrestling. So at least there's that. Um, and there's even references in other movies that I covered this week. Like in Little Monsters, Maurice says, "We're not in Kansas anymore." Um, and the announcer at the end of The Wizard refers to the contestants as "my little munchkins." And even though I covered it a few weeks ago, I can't go without mentioning that in Gremlins 2, there's a wicked witch gremlin towards the end that is melting. Um, and there's so many more references to Wizard of Oz out there. Like I said, the list is just like so long. And I found that out firsthand when I was doing research this past week. Um, it could take me forever to talk about them. So many even that like I said, I could make a long separate series of videos just talking about those references alone. But that shows how impactful this movie has become with so much content that's out there. And I wish I could talk about everything Wizard of Oz related today. I really do. I mean, because like I said, it was a childhood favorite for me, and really it was kind of a gateway to horror in some ways. Um, but again, that would take quite a while. It definitely gives me some ideas for future videos, at least I can do for this channel. Um, but before I move on to the next movie, there's one other thing that I wanted to cover on Wizard of Oz, and that's some of the interesting stories surrounding the making of the movie. So there's this entire episode of a TV show called Cursed Films that covers Wizard of Oz, and other different movies that had really like weird backgrounds to them during the making of the film. Um, but you can find Cursed Films on the streaming app Shudder. Uh, all the episodes are on there, including the Wizard of Oz one. But that episode includes one of the biggest rumors slash myths to come out of the filming of Wizard of Oz, and that's the story of the supposed scene of a munchkin hanging from a tree in the background. Um, in the episode, there's a few different takes from people on this subject, and I feel like it was debunked, but it's definitely interesting to hear other people's takes on it. Like, there's this one guy in the episode, and I don't want to give too much away of the episode because I'd like for you guys to see it too, check it out. Um, but there's this guy that collects all of these different versions of Wizard of Oz on VHS, and so he's like showing them on the episode, like the one particular scene where the munchkin is supposed to be hanging itself from the tree, and in the one version here, it looks like very clear that that's what's happening. But then in other versions that he shows, it's not the same. So I really don't know what to believe when it comes. Like I said, um, I feel like it was debunked. Is ultimately is what I believe. But who really knows? I think only the people that worked on that movie back in 1939 truly know what was going on there. Um, Also, in the episode, it also goes into the story of how Margaret Hamilton was very badly burned while filming scenes as the Wicked Witch. Um, you know, there's there's a lot to that just stories behind that on that show. And like I said, guys, just check out that episode of Cursed Films on the Wizard of Oz, like, because it also goes into like a whole stories about the actors that played the Munchkins in the movie, how they were all staying at this hotel and getting drunk and having sex and standing naked on the balconies of the hotel. It's just really some really wild stories. Um, and there's other stuff that I could go into, like the treatment of Judy Garland during filming, the casting switch ups, like because there was at one point where the actors who played Scarecrow and Tin Man were their roles were supposed to be switched. So the guy that played the Tin Man was supposed to be Scarecrow, and the guy that played Scarecrow was supposed to be Tin Man. But there's just there's a lot of stuff that out there that you guys can check out for yourself as well. Um, and maybe we can talk about that later at some point on the channel. I feel like that would be a good video series or videos by itself. Um, but overall, I absolutely love this movie. It was a childhood favorite. It was just on like all the time in my house. To the point where my dad was always my dad would even do like imitations of impressions of the Cowardly Lion, and I always loved that. That's something I'll always remember. Um, it's just so great and it's so influential. It's one of the most influential movies of all time. Um, and to be a movie that came from 1939, everything from it holds up to this day. So, it's iconic. Greg, you say Kevin Nash was Super Shredder. Yeah, oh yeah, he was. I remember a few years ago when NECA put out this Super Shredder action figure. He was doing a signing, and he signed like a crap ton of those Super Shredder figures. I'm pretty sure that was his first ever movie too that he did, if I'm not mistaken, was Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2: Secret of the Ooze. So that's something. That's another. Ninja Turtles is another thing I'm very, very familiar with, and one of my favorite things. My first ever tattoo that I ever got back in 2006 is a leg sleeve of the Ninja Turtles, and maybe I'll show that on here. When I don't really want to show. You don't want to see these legs today, baby. But one of these days, yeah, I'll show you. I'll show you guys my Ninja Turtles leg sleeve tattoo that I got back in 2006. The color still holds up pretty good on it too, after all those years. Um, let's see. So the next movie, like I said, this movie, Wizard of Oz, was very influential, and it led to a lot of other projects related to the movie. Um, this next one was another childhood favorite. Uh, and it was perfect to watch it. If I was watching The Wizard of Oz, I had to watch this one too, even though they're two totally like completely different films. Um, but this came out in 1985, and it was directed by Walter Murch, and that is the sequel. Well, supposed sequel to Wizard of Oz, Return to Oz. Um, so this movie was based off the second and third books by L. Frank Baum's in his Oz series, The Marvelous Land of Oz and Ozma of Oz. So this was also the directorial debut of Walter Murch, and to this day, it remains as the only movie he ever directed. Um, Disney acquired the film rights to most of L. Frank Baum's Oz novels back in 1954. And by the 1980s, the film rights were about to expire. So when Walter Murch proposed making another Oz movie, the Disney executives figured that it was their only chance to use the rights before they expired. Um, and funnily enough, um, Disney actually fired Walter Murch about a week into production due to budget concerns. Murch contacted his friends Francis Ford Coppola, Steven Spielberg, and George Lucas for help, and all three of those directors convinced Disney to rehire Walter Murch. And George Lucas even offered to take over directing if Walter Murch fell behind schedule. But fortunately, Murch finished the film on schedule, though while in post-production, studio management changed and the new executives had little faith in the movie, and just gave it limited promotion and a short theatrical run. Because I think it was this when the movie came out, it was running against movies like The Goonies and Cocoon and other stuff like that saw more success than what Return to Oz did. But like I said, this was another childhood favorite for me. I always loved this. I mean, it was another one of those gateway to horror type movies, I think, because it really has some creepy stuff in this. And Fairuza Balk, who plays Dorothy, she was only 10 years old when they filmed it, and she won the role of Dorothy out of thousands of girls worldwide and she was the second youngest out of all of them. Um, it was reported that she won the role because she resembled Judy Garland, but I'm not sure I see the resemblance. But she still was a great choice. I absolutely love her in this movie. Um, this was also her first feature film. Um, she had appeared in like a few TV movies, I think, before it, but this was her first like feature length film. Um, and I was also very impressed to learn that she did her own stunts for this. And when they were filming at one point during December in like freezing temperatures, she passed out like on set, but out of everything that happened, she would never complain about anything like that. The river scenes that they did were shot on this soundstage, and the part where like she falls in the river and then she gets knocked out, and then she wakes up, she's in Oz. But the river scene, they were shot on like a soundstage, like I said, and the water they used was warm, so she wasn't really in any danger there. Um, and interestingly enough, the whole witch thing became kind of a trademark almost for Balk. Um, a year after the release of Return to Oz, she starred in The Worst Witch with Tim Curry. And then 10 years later after that, in 1996, she was in The Craft. Um, now, I want to say this is definitely helped my introduction to her, like I said, because it's a childhood favorite. But the next thing I remember seeing Fairuza Balk in after this was probably The Water Boy, because I don't think I had watched The Craft until like maybe mid 2000s or something. I don't know. I had never seen that one for years, but yeah, I always remember her as Vicky Valancourt in The Water Boy. I love that movie. Um, so the Kansas parts of the movie were they take place in October of 1899. And Annie M, which is played by Piper Laurie in this, says it's been 6 months since the tornado, meaning that the 1939 Wizard of Oz movie took place in April of 1899. Um, and this movie also has some throwbacks to the Wizard of Oz from 1939. Like, for example, Dr. Worley and Nurse Wilson in this have evil Oz counterparts in the Gnome King and Mombi. Whereas, like in The Wizard of Oz, the Wicked Witch of the West, um, was Miss Gulch, and she had flying monkeys, and and Mombi in Return to Oz has the Wheelers, which is probably one of the creepiest things about the entire movie. I know my wife absolutely hates the Wheelers, um, but Belina, the chicken in this, the talking chicken, also serves as Dorothy's pet, much like how Toto was in the original. Um, so there's a part in this movie where um, Dorothy is she's taken to like this like mental hospital because Auntie Em is like worried about her because all she's been doing is like obsessing over Oz and talking about it, and she's not sleeping and all that. So like, Auntie Em takes her to see him, and they're going to like do electroshock therapy on her. So before all that, before they want to start doing these tests on her, like she's in his office and she's telling him like the all about this stuff about the land of Oz, including the Tin Man, who in this version she says the Tin Man had lost his human legs because he had accidentally cut off his one leg and had to replace it with a metal leg. And then the witch in Oz enchanted his axe with a curse to where he cut off the rest of his body parts, including his head, and he was all replaced as the Tin Man. So that's pretty bizarre to have that kind of dialogue and put something like that in a kids movie. Now, when I was a kid, I didn't pay any attention to that. I didn't, but now that I'm older and I see that scene, I hear her saying that. That's pretty wild. Um, Also, when Dorothy is in the hospital in Kansas, she's kept in room 31. And later, when Dorothy's in Oz, Mombi's original head is kept in Cabinet 31 because Mombi is this character where like so she has like her original head, but she can like take that head off and replace it with all these other different heads that she's collected. That's in all these different cabinets. It's another very weird, creepy thing about the movie. Um, but speaking of the Tin Man, originally the Scarecrow, Tin Man, and Cowardly Lion were to have bigger roles in Return to Oz. Um, However, budget cuts forced their appearances to be reduced to cameos, pretty much. Um, so the movie's main villain in this is the Gnome King, which is the evil Oz counterpart to Dr. Worley from Kansas. Um, and he's like this creature that exists inside of a mountain, and he's acquired Dorothy's ruby slippers that she lost when she traveled back to Kansas in the original story, and he's used those slippers. That's how he's taken over Oz, and he's pretty much like destroyed the Emerald City, and like turned all of these people in Oz to stone. The Yellow Brick Road has been demolished by him, um, and it's just kind of turned into like this absolute wasteland. It's a very Mad Max feel, but with a Wizard of Oz twist. And Christopher Lloyd was considered for the role of the Gnome King in this, and I actually he probably would have done a really good job. I love Christopher Lloyd. Me and Candace met him several years ago at a Horror Hound convention. He's super cool too in person. Um, so there's in the scene towards the end when they go to the Gnome King, um, the Gump, Jack Pumpkinhead, and TikTok, which are like the companions to Dorothy in Return to Oz, to kind of take the place of the Lion, Tin Man, and Scarecrow. Uh, the Gnome King changes in appearance to like a more organic looking being, and he tells Mombi that soon no one will be left who remembers Ozma, who is the girl that kind of like appeared to Dorothy in Kansas and helped her make her way back to Oz, and she ends up being like the 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 official ruler of Oz, and like she's like the queen, I guess, of Oz. But we're just learning about her now in Return to Oz. But anyway, like he tells Mombi that no one will be left who remembers Ozma, and he'll be completely human. And it's been speculated that the king was once a human, and he is just trying to return to his original form. But I don't think they ever officially put that out there. Um, so, like I said, that was this was also the same character that was in L. Frank Baum's Oz stories, but I don't think they ever like elaborated on that if he was ever actually human prior to that. So speaking of Jack Pumpkinhead, Tim Burton has acknowledged. Excuse me. Tim Burton has acknowledged that Jack Pumpkinhead as an inspiration for the iconic character Jack Skellington in The Nightmare Before Christmas, and I think that's very clear here, especially in Jack Skellington's Pumpkin King form at the beginning of the movie of Nightmare Before Christmas, which is another one of my favorites of all time. Uh, and because before I even knew what A Nightmare Before Christmas was, I'd seen this movie, and Jack Pumpkinhead has always been my favorite character in this movie. Um, I love his design. I'm just a big fan of pumpkins and all things Halloween related. And he's also voiced by Brian Henson, the son of Jim Henson. So, many different reasons there for me to love him. Um, and in the end, when Dorothy goes back to Kansas, um, it's being told that Dr. Worley and the whole like mental hospital and all that was, I think it got hit by lightning or something, so it was burning down, and everybody that was within the hospital survived except for Dr. Worley because he tried to run back in and save his machines. Um, uh, so yeah, so he died. The Gnome King was defeated in Oz, and he died. So, and his death was very strange because Bellina, the talking chicken, lays an egg, and he eats the egg, and he dies from eating the egg because he had like some kind of allergy to it. So that shows me like he is what's happening in the Oz world is happening in the real world in Kansas, where Dorothy's from, because in Oz at the end, Mombi was put in jail, And when she goes back to Kansas, and finds out like the hospital burned down, Dr. Worley is dead now. Um, at the end, we see Nurse Wilson, who is the Kansas counterpart to Mombi. Um, she's in jail at the end, but it's never explained. They never say why she got put in jail. But they did. I did find out that in the script, the flooding revealed that she was hiding damaged patients. So that was the reasoning for her being put in jail at the end. But that explanation was cut from the completed film, unfortunately. Um, but like I said, it was another childhood favorite for me. Whenever I watched Wizard of Oz, I had to watch Return to Oz too. And even though it has a lot of creepy elements to it, that I really didn't pay much attention to that as a kid as I do now. But it will always be like one of those childhood favorites for me, and always really fun to watch. This was the first time that I'd watched it in a really long time too, and back when we met, like it's funny that I found out that Christopher Lloyd was considered for the role of the Gnome King in this, because at that show that I mentioned that we met him at Horror Hound Weekend, at that same Horror Hound Weekend, I met Fairuza Balk and had her sign an 8x10 of her as Dorothy from Return to Oz. So it's really cool how like stuff like that you learn. It's kind of tied to things, the same type of things that it's involving yourself. It's funny how life works sometimes, like that. Um, so let's see here. So that was, I guess my second theme. I didn't mention that before, but that was my second theme of this week of the movies, because I went from the Fred Savage trilogy, ending with the Wizard, moving into the Wizard of Oz theme with those two films that I just covered. But this next round of movies, they're all directed by one guy, and he's probably one of my favorite filmmakers of all time, just because I relate to him in a lot of ways and the stuff that he puts in his movies. So this next series of movies I'm going to be covering is the View Universe by Kevin Smith. And, of course, I have to start off with his first movie of this whole View universe, and that's Clerks. And, Clerks is an absolutely classic comedy from the early 90s. And, it's the first film, like I said, that's interconnected in Kevin Smith's View universe series. And one of the things that I love about the View universe is how it's kind of looked at as like a comic book universe, and all of these stories are connected in multiple different ways, and I think that's what's always appealed to me about that, because and of course there's a ton of different movie references and comic book references and stuff in all of these movies, and it even has probably the most popular thing about is the characters of Jay and Silent Bob, and how they're basically Bill and Ted mixed with Cheech and Chong, and that's even acknowledged in some of the dialogue in some of his movies, and we'll get to that too, and to all of so. Now these are only the first 6 movies in the View universe that I'm covering, because personally, I feel like that's where it all should be. Like after Clerks 2, the View universe should have ended, because I feel like Clerks 2 ends perfectly. Is the perfect ending for where the beginning was with the original Clerks, which I'm about to talk about. So start off, the Clerks logo on the poster and the advertising for the movie it's made out of a bunch of letters cut from various magazines and food items. The C is from Cosmopolitan magazine. The L is from Life. The E is from Rolling Stone. The R is from Ruffles potato chips, and the K is from the Clark bar, and the S is from a Goober's box. So Kevin Smith had originally casted himself as Randall for this movie, which is why Randall, I guess, gets some of the best lines in the movie. Um, but he also had stated on multiple occasions that the character Dante is based on himself, and Randall is actually based on his comic book man co-star and like friend growing up, Brian Johnson. Um, so when Kevin Smith was trying to make this movie, he grew up a huge comic book fan, and he had to sell a large part of his collection to help fund this movie. Um, and fortunately for him, he's since been able to buy most of them back. Um, Now, the quick stop store that's in the movie, Kevin Smith worked in that store when uh, back, I guess, like years ago, like way before the movie was made. Um, but he has stated that he worked in that store where they shot it, and he said he would clock in at 6 a.m. and finish at 11. Um, and they shot the movie in 21 straight nights, and they would then shoot till like 4 a.m. in the morning. Said on some nights, and then afterwards he would try to grab an hour or two sleep before getting ready to go back to work. And it was filmed at the same store in which so he was working there at the time. So I forgot I had that in my notes that he said that he was working there at that time when they were filming the movie. So as he was only allowed to film outside of business hours, because um, I'm sorry, uh, he was allowed to film outside of business hours, so it became bright enough lights couldn't be afforded. The plot included an explanation for the shutters always being down. Um, Sorry, guys. I think I'm starting to get tired, and that's maybe like why I kind of like lost my place there in my notes. But anyway, um, Kevin Smith has said on speaking tours that the reason he cast himself in the movie was that if the movie failed and he was in near permanent debt for the rest of his life, he could at least point at his face in the movie as proof he did it. Um, and his childhood friend Walt Flanagan is in several different roles in the movie. And due to this, Smith has later stated that Flanagan was the Lon Chaney of the '80s, and I actually have a Lon Chaney like family, so Lon Chaney and Lon Chaney Jr. like characters on my shirt tonight. So that's pretty cool. That I forgot that I placed that in my notes, and I just threw this on earlier before I went live. Um, so Clerks is loosely based on the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, hence the name of the protagonist, Dante Higgs. Um, Also, there are 9 breaks in the movie of Clerks to represent the 9 rings of hell. Which is funny because like that's just kind of like what the movie is about. Like he's not supposed to be there today. That's always the famous line from the movie from Dante, and it's just absolute hell for him to be there that day at work. And I think we can all kind of relate to that sometimes. Uh, is like when we're working our job, there's days that we don't want to be there, and it's absolute hell for us. Um, so Jason Reitman has said that Clerks inspired his desire to be a filmmaker. And Reitman later told Kevin Smith this, which led Smith to jokingly say to him, "You're the son of Ivan Reitman. You grew up on the sets of Ghostbusters and Stripes, and it took me to let you know that you can be a director." But that's very cool because, Kevin Smith as a director is what ultimately got me interested in filmmaking. Now, I've never made my own films, but just the idea of it is what really got me interested after watching Kevin Smith's films. So I can kind of relate to Ivan Reitman, or I'm sorry, to Jason Reitman in that sense. Um, Now, this film had pretty much like a shoestring budget. I mean, it was so small, and that's part of the reason why it was shot in black and white. So a number of different types of lighting were used, and this would have required a lot of post production to resolve issues related to the varying color temperatures. Um, with black and white, this isn't a problem. In 2019, during an appearance on The Late Show with Stephen Colbert to promote Jay and Silent Bob reboot, Kevin Smith told Stephen Colbert that another reason why the film was in black and white was because they wanted to shoot in the style of the store's surveillance camera. And that's really cool. Like, I can kind of see that, what he means by that. And that makes a lot of sense because the majority of the movie takes place inside the store. Um, so in the early part of the movie, like there is a Chewlie's gum representative that comes in, and he's trying to like prevent all these people from buying cigarettes and stuff, and he's trying to get them to buy Chewlie's gum. So he has like this smoker's lung thing that he pulls out of a bag and he slams on the counter. So that smoker's lung is actually a calf's liver thrown in dirt and burned with cigarettes. Um, and Randall and the whole happy scrappy hero pup lady, they're in that scene that they're not actually in the same room, uh, or in the room at the same time. Um, so Jeff Anderson, who played Randall, he refused to read the list of porno movies in front of her, and particularly in front of the child that was with her. Um, although the reaction shots of the Happy Scrapper Hero Pup Lady were obtained by reading the list to her. So that's out there if you guys want to see that. Um, and there's a part when Randall is telling Dante about his cousin Walter breaking his neck, attempting to give himself head. When when Dante asked if Walter made it, and Randall said yeah, and Jeff Anderson, who played Randall, almost forgot the next line, which was balls resting on Walter's lips. They decided not to redo the scene to make it so Randall was sympathetic about his cousin's death. Because so even though he forgot that line, like to say in the actual movie, um, it worked out because it kind of gave Randall character development. Um, so when Dante and Randall are discussing the death of Julie Dwyer, Dante asks when Julie Dwyer died, and Randall answers yesterday. When they're going to Julie Dwyer's wake, Randall states that it is presently 4 o'clock on Saturday, so she would have died on Friday. And in Mallrats, a reference made to Julie Dwyer dying yesterday, and Mallrats takes place on Friday. So, based on all that, Mallrats chronologically is the first movie in this U.S. universe. Um, if you look at it like that, so Mallrats would take place a day before Clerks. Um, so the scene where Dante confronts Caitlin about her engagement to an Asian design major in the video store, that's done in one shot, and that scene lasts for like over 5 minutes. Um, and I think he said it was shot on the first night of filming. Um, and Jason Mewes, that played Jay, was so camera shy that during the dance scene with him and Kevin Smith, everyone had to leave and go into the video store and just left the camera rolling so that Mewes wouldn't be so nervous. And I could definitely relate with that because I get nervous and when I'm on camera and stuff. I mean, I'm nervous right now, but you know, over time, I'm sure that will go away. So Randall watches a porn movie in Clerks called "The Best of Both Worlds," which is the name of a real series of porn movies, apparently. However, the real movies are about bisexuals and not transgender people. I guess is the PC term I should use nowadays. Um, interesting. This is one of the most interesting tidbits I found out about the movie here. 48 out of 50 people that were credited made their first on-screen appearance in this movie. Most of them will become regular faces in many Kevin Smith films, while others would only make this film. That's so true because like there's so many people that's in this that would go on, and you would see them in just all of Kevin Smith's stuff, like beyond this. And that's another one of my favorite things about Kevin Smith's movies is just seeing these characters, continuously pop up in different movies. It's the same universe, it's the same like area that these films are supposed to be based out of in New Jersey. Um, but like all the movies are very different from one another. Um, and although Miramax was notorious for editing movies without the filmmaker's consent, the studio did not force Kevin Smith to cut the notorious alternate ending where a robber shoots and kills Dante at the end of his shift. They said they would keep the scene if Kevin Smith wanted it, but that it didn't really fit with the rest of the movie. But they publicly stated later that they were very relieved that Smith decided to get rid of the scene anyway. Um, and also, a Miramax employee read the screenplay to determine if the company wished to pick up the film for distribution. The reader came to the scene uh, where Dante, angry over his girlfriend's sexual past, yells at a blues customer, "My girlfriend sucked 37 dicks." And the customer curiously says, "In a row?" He laughed so hard that he stopped reading the script. He immediately visited the vice president of production and had him read the scene too. And I think that's one of the most like notorious things when it comes to Clerks is that whole scene about his girlfriend sucking 37 dicks and well, first she says like 36 and she's, well, 37. He goes, "I'm 37." So, that's one that I always remember when I watched this for the first time years ago. I remember that being one of the funniest parts of the whole movie to me. And it still is to this day. Um, so I also learned that the role of Dante was written for an actor named Ernest O'Donnell, but Kevin Smith felt he wasn't quite right, and also the fact that he did not learn his lines for the audition, so he cast him as Rick Darris instead. And we'll see the character. We'll not really see, but hear about the character of Rick Darris in later installments that I'll be going over as well. Um, and if you guys are still watching right now, I really appreciate you guys. I know we've been here for over 2 hours now. I still got about 5 more movies I got to cover. So if you guys want to stick with me, or if you're watching on a replay, I appreciate it either way. But just to follow I'm sorry. In conclusion, when it comes to Clerks, one other thing I just wanted to mention that I always found really interesting because I'm a big fan of Brandon Lee. I love The Crow is another one of my favorites. I was obsessed with The Crow back in the 90s. So there's a part at the end of the movie when Dante and Randall are fighting. And when they're fighting, a People magazine issue is shown. And on the cover of that, it says "The Death of Brandon Lee" on the set of The Crow. It can be seen in the background. So that magazine is like seen in the background. And that, I think, with that in that scene, that directly dates this scene to April of 1993, when Brandon Lee died. So I don't know if that's actually the case, but if you're going based on that kind of stuff that's in the shot, it would have to be, I would think. Um, but yeah, like I said, Clerks. I mean, there's so much more out there to say about Clerks. I mean, there's really everything that anybody could say about Clerks has already been said because it's to probably one of the most popular comedies of the 1990s. Definitely one of Kevin Smith's most popular films. Um, I think it's one of his best made films, but it's not my favorite of his. So the next movie in this series, which is Mallrats, uh, is probably my favorite out of all of Kevin Smith's. Now, for many years, my favorite was Chasing Amy, um, but the more and more that I've watched Mallrats over the years, I think it's definitely my favorite because the story kind of like focuses around these two guys, T.S. Clint, Brody Bruce. I feel like the movie is more focused on Brody than it is T.S. Um, and I think Brody Bruce is probably my all time favorite character when it comes to Kevin Smith's movies. Um, because he feels like an extension to myself because he loves movies, he loves comics. He's just this giant nerd, but he also has like a crude sense of humor. Um, and that's what's so lovable, I think, about his character. Um, Now, while, like I said earlier, while this was the second movie made by Kevin Smith, uh, you know, in the Views universe chronologically, it's the first movie in the timeline, as it said just one day before Clerks, based off what I spoke about earlier. Um, and the opening to this movie is really cool because I love how it shows in the credits. It's introducing us to all of these different characters in the movie by having them on their own covers of their own comic books. Um, Now, the comic book that features the character Brandy depicts the fire behind her forming the shark from Jaws. Jaws is one of Kevin Smith's favorite movies, and there's like a ton of references to Jaws in all of his films. One that I actually forgot to mention when it came to Clerks is that the whole salsa shark thing that with Randall, and it's like the zoomed in. He's got the chip going through the salsa. So that's a reference to Jaws. And then this poster, or I'm sorry, this comic book cover with Brandy with the fire behind her forming Jaws is also another reference to that. Um, and another thing in this opening credits, when it shows Ben Affleck's character Shannon Hamilton, his comic book is called Buttman, which is a parody, of course, of Batman. And then 20 years later, Affleck would be cast as Bruce Wayne, aka Batman, in the DC movie universe. Um, so the opening credits also show Shannon Doherty in the movie in her like comic book form, and it's a parody of Beverly Hills 90210, in which she was on the show. Um, and there's also a reference later in the movie to her 90210 character when Willem says to her, Brenda, and she calls him a dick. So, um, yeah, I mean, that was another show that I loved, in the 90s was Beverly Hills 90210. And it was rare for me to like a show kind of like that. But yeah, I feel like it was a huge thing like in the 90s. Um, Now, in the movie, Brody's comic book collection was actually Kevin Smith's collection at that time. So the collection that they show is what Kevin Smith was able to purchase back after he had to sell off his original collection to fund Clerks. So so all those comics you're seeing when you go down, you see when T.S. Quint comes into Brody's like house, and he comes down the stairs and there's all these comics there. Yeah, that's actually all of Kevin Smith's that he rebought. Um, and something I always wonder about, and I didn't know this until this week, is that Brody's shirt that he wears has this like weird looking face on it, and I never did know what that was from, who it was. But apparently, that Brody shirt is the faces of all the actors that auditioned for the role of Brody morphed together. Um, and as I stated earlier, like with the Jaws references, uh, Brody is named after the main character in Jaws. Um, and let's see, he was named after the main character in Jaws, and while his surname Bruce was the nickname given to the animatronic shark in the Jaws film franchise. Another reference to Jaws in this is when TS was going to propose to Brandy at Universal Studios after Jaws popped out of the water. Um, so the characters' names Brody and Bruce and Quint are all references to Jaws. Um, and I absolutely love that, because like I said, this, and I think that's one why Mallrats is my favorite uh, out of all of Kevin Smith's movies, is just because of like these constant references to movies and comics and all that. Um, and I think that's why I love Kevin Smith so much. Um, so the pro wrestler named John Huber. I got to bring this up because I'm a big wrestling fan. John, and you knew him as Luke Harper in the WWE, or Brody Lee from AEW or the independent scene. Um, so the Brody Lee character that John Huber created was a combination of Jason Lee's last name with the first name of his character in Mallrats, Brody. So that's very cool. I always kind of assumed that for years that the Brody Lee. I was like, this. I said, did he base it off of Brody from Mallrats and Jason Lee's last name? But I wasn't never sure. But when I was, like I said, when I was doing research this week, that confirmed that for me. So that's very cool to learn that. And of course, Brody Lee has passed away uh, a few years ago, and that really sucks because he and I think at the time he had not been with AEW that long, and they were planning on this big story for him in the company. So, but yeah, so rest in peace, Brody Lee. Uh, so Jason Lee claimed that he had an epiphany just before production, and that he wasn't going to work in a world in which he was very familiar with, which was skateboarding, because he was big into skateboarding for several years before he became an actor. Um, but I remember Jason Lee when I saw him and Kevin Smith and a few other Kevin Smith actors at Horror Hound, a year or so ago. Uh, there was a Q&A for Mallrats, and he mentioned during that Q&A that the role of Brody Bruce in Mallrats is the one that he's most proudest of in his career. So that's very cool, And this was probably my introduction to Jason Lee, which was in Mallrats. Um, Now Ethan Suplee, who plays Willem in Mallrats, who's like throughout the movie staring at the picture, he's trying to see the sailboat. Um, that character was originally played by Scott Mosier, who's a producer for like all of Kevin Smith's movies in Clerks, where he's the character who got the snowball special from Veronica and is one of the infamous Dirty 37 of her past. Um, but yeah, so they got a different actor to play that same character. At least I assume it's the same character, the same name. It could be just two different guys with the same name. I know that's very possible. Um, there's a poster in a scene. So there's like a running joke kind of in the movie where Silent Bob keeps barging in on Joey Lauren Adams' character Gwen, it's including one where he's like dressed up in like the Batman attire, and he goes flying through like this changing room door, and there's a poster on that door that you see that he bursts through of this woman, and the woman on the poster is actually was Jason Lee's wife at that time. So she wasn't the only way she was in the movie was on that poster because it's just supposed to be used as an advertisement. She didn't actually have a role in Mallrats, but she does have a role in Chasing Amy, which I'll get to here in a little bit. Um, so the book that came out years ago, in Askew View, the films of Kevin Smith, notes that Joey Lauren Adams was originally promised the role of Renee, which is Shannon Doherty's character, before being cast as Gwen, and Brian O'Halloran, who played Dante in Clerks, auditioned to play for T.S., but was then hired to play Gil instead for the dating show segment at the end of the movie. Um, Joey Lauren Adams also played Jeremy London's ex-girlfriend in this film, while she played his identical twin brother, Jason London's girlfriend, in Dazed and Confused. Um, so, in addition, both these movies, Mallrats and Dazed and Confused, also featured Ben Affleck. So, there's a connection there as well. Um, the song playing in the background while the characters wait for the elevator, um, when it's like it's TS and Brody and all that. They're waiting for the elevator. It's the same song that's playing in that scene that's playing at the inside the elevator at the end of the Blues Brothers. Um, and that was another thing that I learned this week. As much as I love the Blues Brothers and I've seen it, it's one of my favorite comedies of all time. I never put two and two together on that, so it's really very cool to learn stuff like that about the film. Um, now, now this is one of the probably the funniest parts of the whole movie. So towards the end of the movie, Brody tells this story about his cousin Walter masturbating as a plane is going down, with the rest of the passengers doing the same thing, thinking they're going to die, um, only to have the problem resolved. Uh, so the reason I bring this up, not only because it's one of the funniest parts of the movie, but Jason Lee who is the character that's telling this story in Mallrats, um, was also in another movie called Almost Famous. And in Almost Famous, they had a very similar occurrence happen, where they think the plane is going to crash, and all the members of the band in Stillwater and are like just professing all these like dark secrets and just admitting to stuff. But then all of a sudden, the plane's issue is resolved, and nobody talks about it afterwards. So that came. I'm not sure what. I want to say that came out a couple years after Mallrats came out. So I don't know if that was just kind of coincidence or if they borrowed that story to kind of pay tribute to it. But either way, I think that's really funny and really cool. Um, so also, earlier in the movie, Brody also refers to another story about his cousin Walter, saying that he stuck cats up his ass. Well, in Clerks, Randall tells a story about a cousin Walter as well, who broke his own neck trying to give himself head. Um, and supposedly, this cousin Walter is the same person in both stories, which I guess could possibly mean that Brody and Randall could be cousins, but I really don't know about that. Um, now, one of the game show contestants, like I said earlier, is played by Brian O'Halloran and is named Gil Hicks, which is a reference to Dante Hicks from Clerks. I'm guessing the characters are supposed to be cousins, but it could have just been another thing with Kevin Smith, writing that character as to kind of pay reference to Dante, but I don't know. Um, so Mark Wahlberg was considered for the role of Brody, and that's super interesting to me. So, like, one of the most interesting things about this was the amount of people that were either considered or auditioned for different roles in the movie. And so I'm going to go over all those because this is one of the most interesting like lists of what could have been, you know, people in this movie. So like I said, Mark Wahlberg was considered for Brody, and Leonardo DiCaprio was considered for the role of T.S. Quint. Henry Thomas, who played Elliot in E.T., was also a finalist for the role of T.S. Alyssa Milano auditioned for the role of Renee. Jenny McCarthy auditioned for Brandy. Jennifer Love Hewitt tried out for the role of Trisha Jones. Steve Zahn auditioned for the role of Brody. Now, here's one of the interesting ones. So, originally, William Atherton, aka Walter Peck from Ghostbusters, was Kevin Smith's first choice to play Jared Spinning. Um, Atherton chose not to do it because the film was aimed at a teenage audience, and for some reason he didn't like that. Um, and honestly, I don't really know William Atherton. I know I've stated this before about James LaGrosse, but I don't know William Atherton from a lot of things other than Ghostbusters. And he's in. They brought him back in the last Ghostbusters movie, Frozen Empire. So, but other than the Ghostbusters movies, I don't think I know him. But I could be wrong. I could have saw him in something else. I just don't remember. Um, so Universal also wanted either Mike Myers, Adam Sandler, or Chris Farley for the role of Brody Bruce, and they wanted Ethan Hawke for as T.S. Quint. Um, Heather Graham auditioned for a role in the movie. I don't know what role it was. I learned that she auditioned. Reese Witherspoon had a meeting with Kevin Smith and Scott Mosier, but Kevin Smith and Scott Mosier didn't enjoy that meeting, from what I understand, and they told the casting director not to bother to bring her in for an audition. Shawnee Smith came in to audition for a role, and according to Kevin Smith, she was very rude and just mocked the screenplay, so they didn't want anything to do with her. But this one here is what really kind of like is super interesting to me is that the studio almost replaced Jason Mewes, who played Jay, with Seth Green. And Kevin Smith insisted that Mewes should play Jay, but the studio made Smith take auditions for the role anyway. Breckin Meyer also auditioned for Jay. But in the end, everybody that auditioned, everybody, concerned with that, agreed that Mewes was right for the part. John Landis was also going to make a cameo as an irate customer, but for some reason this was written out at the last minute. I would have loved to seen that, honestly. Oh, hey Russell, how's it going, man? You said Kevin Nash in The Punisher when he got stabbed for real, but he did. That's very true. He did. When he's like the Russian, I think he's just called the Russian in The Punisher. Yeah, he does get stabbed for real. by Thomas Jane in that scene. But yeah, he just keeps on going. It's crazy. Um, and it's funny you bring up the Punisher at this part because I was just about to mention Stan Lee. Because Stan Lee was not going to have a cameo in the movie originally in Mallrats. So Kevin Smith had written this fictional Stan Lee type character, but through some kind of connection, they was able to get the actual Stan Lee. And when they asked him to be part of the movie, he agreed to it. So I actually think that's really cool, and I love Stan Lee. Um, he's one of my heroes. Growing up, I was a big comic book guy, especially Marvel comics. Um, and got to meet Stan Lee a few years before he passed away at a convention and had him sign a few of my comics, talked to him for a little bit. Super cool guy, super nice. Yeah, it breaks my heart that he's not here with us anymore, but he had a long lasting impression on a lot of people and I think will for years to come. And Kevin Smith was one of those people. Anytime you see Kevin Smith online talking about Stan Lee, he's always, he gets choked up about it. You can see that it means a lot to him. So yeah, rest in peace, Stan Lee. Uh, so to finish up with Mallrats, there's an end credit scene telling us the fate of each of the main characters. And that whole end credit scene is a homage to Fast Times at Ridgemont High, um, which also has scenes that take place in a mall. Um, and what's cool about that is that Kevin Smith even made sure to use the same font and the color for the graphics that they used in Fast Times at Ridgemont High. Um, and it ends with the song Suzanne, and then it gets to the part where it shows Jay and Silent Bob, which I love, with the little orangutan named Suzanne, which we get to see that story develop between those three in one of Kevin Smith's later films that I'll be covering here in just a little bit. Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back. Let's see what's going on in chat though. Greg, you say uh, Walter. I think you are you talking about. Oh, okay. See, I'm sorry. Oh, William Atherton. Okay, yeah. So you threw me off when you said Walter because I was just thinking about Walter from Walt Flanagan from from the View Universe. There's also in Real Genius, Die Hard, Die Hard Two. But that's right, he is in Die Hard. I forgot and the Die Hard movies. I forgot about that. And Biodome. Man, Biodome is one that I've not seen in a long time. Um, but me and my wife are big Polly Shore fans, so like I think her favorite's probably Encino Man. Or no, I think her favorite is Son in Law, maybe. I know my favorite is Son in Law when it comes to Polly Shore's movies, but Biodome is a weird one. And I think Biodome was the first movie appearance of Tenacious D, Jack Black's band. I think they were in Biodome as well. Um, Russell, you said just watched Hayride to Hell 2022 with two horror icons, Kane Hodder and Bill Moseley. Not a bad slasher. Hayride to Hell. Where can I find that one to watch, Russell? I've never heard of that one, but I do love me some Kane Hodder and Bill Moseley. Um, Greg, you say the Walter Peck name stuck with me. Oh, okay, yeah, okay, that makes sense now because why you called him that because his name was Walter in Ghostbusters, Walter Peck. Um, this man has no dick. I love that whole scene with Walter Peck and the Ghostbusters in the mayor's office that's one of the funniest parts of the whole movie. Bill Murray is just awesome. And I'll get around to doing some movies on him here very soon, starting next month actually. Um, but but yeah, guys, like so that's Mallrats. Like I said, Mallrats is probably my favorite out of all of Kevin Smith's movies. And this next movie that I'm going to be talking about is it will for the longest time this was my favorite out of the Views universe, and it's definitely still one of my top favorites. And that's 1997's Chasing Amy. So what's really cool about this movie that I like is that all of the main characters in the movie are all comic book creators. And this was Ben Affleck's first lead role in a movie. Um, and I think that's what really appealed to me the most, though. Like when it comes to the comic book creators, is that was what appealed me to the movie because it was just focused on this comic book world, people that had regular lives and real, regular stuff going on in their lives outside of their job. And I think us as comic book fans don't really see that side of it. So when we like someone that's created a comic or worked somewhere in that comic book world, um, we don't think about them like having to go through very real things and stuff. Um, and Kevin Smith actually wrote the script inspired by his experience with then girlfriend at the time, Joey Lauren Adams, who plays Alyssa in the movie. And when Kevin Smith had pitched the idea to Miramax, he also said that he had written the parts with his friends Ben Affleck, Jason Lee, and Joey Lauren Adams in mind. However, Miramax wanted to cast people who'd already had celebrity status, such as Jon Stewart, David Schwimmer, and Drew Barrymore. And those are the three that were actually suggested. Um, but so ultimately, Smith suggested that he make the movie with his three original characters that he had in mind, and if Miramax wanted, they could buy it for distribution if they liked the movie. So um, the Weinsteins, Bob and um, my gosh, why can't I think of his name? Um, the Weinsteins, so Bob and Harvey Weinstein, of course, liked this idea and gave him $250,000 to make the movie. So um, he went ahead and made the movie on two. It was pretty low budget. That was low budget for the time. Um, and but it ended up working. And Miramax they liked the movie. So with the actors that he chose. Um, oh, Russell, you said you found that movie you're talking about on YouTube. Okay, I'll have to look for that to watch that sometime, man. Um, so at the beginning of the movie, there's a comic book fan, played by Ethan Suplee, that's talking to Holden, which is Ben Affleck's character. That Bluntman and Chronic are like a cross between Bill and Ted and Cheech and Chong, and I mentioned that earlier in this video about Jay and Silent Bob being like Bill and Ted and Cheech and Chong, and they allude to that in this movie. Um, and there's a scene during the argument between Alyssa and Holden, and this is another. So this is a kind of a tie to these other movies. One of the things that I love is like during the argument between Alyssa and Holden outside of that hockey game. Alyssa mentions that she left her prom early to have sex with her date and Gwen Turner, which is hilarious because Joey Lauren Adams also plays Gwen Turner in Mallrats. Um, and also in the same scene, Alyssa mentioned she had let Shannon Hamilton videotape them having sex, which Shannon Hamilton is Ben Affleck's character in Mallrats. Um, Only to have him broadcast that video on their college campus cable station. Um, And funnily enough, in Mallrats, Ben Affleck's that plays Shannon Hamilton is videotaped having sex with Alyssa's sister in Mallrats, Trisha, and then it's broadcast during a dating game show in the mall at the end. Um, and that was it took me a while to kind of like put two and two together with that because um, at when I watched Chasing Amy, I had forgot who Trisha was. But then when I went back and watched again, like this week back to back, I was like, "Oh, okay, that makes sense now." Like because they were sisters. Um, but as I said, when I was talking about Mallrats, Jason Lee's then wife at the time, Carmen Llewellyn, I think is how you say her last name. Um, she was just on like a poster that Silent Bob goes through in the changing room door in Mallrats, but so she didn't actually have an actual role in Mallrats. But in Chasing Amy, she plays Kim, which is Alyssa's lover, and like I said, she's the real life wife of Jason Lee at the time. So Joey Lord Adams was Kevin Smith's girlfriend at the time of this film. So in that scene where Kim and Alyssa are like making out, um, you know, Jason Lee is just sitting and watching his wife make out with Kevin Smith's girlfriend. So that's another just crazy thing, like that's in these movies. And I love that. Um, so towards the end of the movie, while Banky is signing autographs, you can hear a lady say over the intercom that a little boy has been stuck in an escalator, which is a reference to Mallrats because where Jason Lee's character Brody is like goes on this rant about parents not watching their kids and how unsupervised kids can get stuck in an escalator. Um, so one of the cool things about this movie is that um, even though Jay and Silent Bob uh, appear at the end in just that one scene. And as I stated before, uh, they're probably the most popular characters of the whole Views universe. Even though this is just one scene that they're in at the very end of the movie, uh, it has one of the most impactful moments I think of the whole movie, based off of what the whole speech that Silent Bob gives to Holden when they're sitting there in that diner. Um, and the way the movie ends, like where it takes like a year after Holden and Alyssa have broken up, um, he sees her at this comic convention. And at the beginning of the movie starts at the comic convention as well. So, um, and in one of the first shots of the movie, there's a girl dressed up as one of the Borg characters from Star Trek at the comic convention. And then at the end of the movie, they show this same girl dressed as the Borg character, but this time around at the end, she is meeting up with a guy dressed up as a Borg character. Um, and I thought that like really fit well with the whole movie's romance theme. Um, and it just kind of like, brought it full circle at the end. So, yeah. And like I said, Chasing Amy is definitely up there, is still is one of my top favorites. Like for the longest time, it was my favorite of Kevin Smith's films. But like I said, over time, the Mallrats has dethroned it on that. And I think I even like Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back. Probably is my second favorite, but I would, Chasing Amy's definitely in my top three when it comes to Kevin Smith movies. Um, so, um, moving on, I guess the next movie I want to talk about is the fourth movie in Kevin Smith's View Universe series, and that's Dogma. Um, So Dogma is probably one of the most controversial movies that Kevin Smith has made. There was a lot surrounding the promotion of this. Um, so it came out in '99, but it was supposed to come out, I think, in '98. But there was some issues with Miramax, and so that Miramax ended up not releasing it. So he got handed over to Lionsgate uh, to release. And this was an early screenplay that Kevin Smith had wrote in the early '90s. So he wrote this screenplay before he wrote Clerks, but he shelved it, and like I said, he wrote it in the early '90s, and he planned on shooting it after Clerks. Hence the inclusion at the end of the movie's credits in Clerks where it says Jay and Silent Bob will return in Dogma. Um, However, he found himself unhappy with the early version of the script and decided instead not to pursue the project until he became a better filmmaker and could do it with like proper visual effects and all that. Um, Now, Kevin Smith was not originally set to direct Dogma. He wanted Robert Rodriguez to direct the movie. Um, Now, Rodriguez, he enjoyed the script, but seeing how personal the story was, he insisted that Kevin Smith do it himself. Um, and while in production, the project's name was Bear Claw, and I'm not sure where that originates from, but that's a very interesting project name. Um, so, like I said, this movie was created some controversy, especially with the Catholic Church. Uh, and at the time, the Catholic Church was protesting against the movie. Uh, but one of the funniest things about that came out of that was that, unbeknownst to these protesters, Kevin Smith joined one of the Catholic groups that protested the movie, and he managed to end up getting interviewed by a reporter who recognized him. Though Smith tried to stay incognito and was denied being who he thought that they thought he was, and he was given his friend's name, which he told him his name was Brian Johnson, which you may know from the comic book men, and he plays he has some cameos in some of Kevin Smith's movies, um, but he was telling her that he's often mistaken for the Clerks director. And during the interview, Kevin Smith, he would also made the comment that he kind of liked Kevin Smith's first film. So I love that he stayed dedicated to the bit when it came to that. Um, but William Donahue of the Catholic League was publicly protesting against it for months, without actually seeing the movie. Um, and one day, when his office called View Askew and requested a special screening so he could speak about it intelligently, uh, Kevin Smith responded, "So what has he been doing for the past 6 months?" Um, and among the numerous drafts of the scripts that was written, the controversy the controversy and the protests of the movie were based on its third draft, which was transcribed and placed on the internet by someone. And I've always wondered if Kevin Smith ever found out who that was that put that out there on the internet. Because I still can't find anything on it. If you guys know anything, that would I would love to know who ended up like getting that third draft and transcribe and putting it on the internet. I always wondered if it was somebody close to him or worked with him, or maybe it was him. He did it himself. I don't know. You never know. Greg, you said you haven't seen it for a long time. You have to revisit it. Russell, you said there's an extended version of Dogma on YouTube. Almost three. Yeah, so I was going to get to that here. about to mention that. So yeah, there is a version of Dogma that's on YouTube, and Kevin Smith actually supports it, and because this was when that was put on YouTube, it was um, it was during a time with all this issue with the movie being distributed because it was owned by the Weinsteins, and then with all the stuff that happened with Harvey Weinstein, it there was just an issue with the print being out of the movie being out of print and them not re-releasing it or anything. So, and it's like, so it's very rare to find copies out there of Dogma on DVD or Blu-ray, and I don't even think it's out there on streaming or anything. So, like, yeah, I had to find like, uh, I actually had a copy of it on DVD that I've had for a little bit now. And so that was the only way I was able to watch it this week, was because I had that DVD. Um, Now, let's see. So, like I say, due to the religious backlash, Disney was having doubts about releasing the film, at which point Miramax's Harvey Weinstein personally bought the distribution rights and the film was released by Lionsgate instead. Since Weinstein owned the film, it became out of print after its release on Blu ray in 2008 and was thus unavailable to stream or purchase digitally for many years. Um, And because the distribution rights were personally owned by the Weinstein Company, home media releases of this film became rare once Harvey Weinstein was sentenced to prison in 2020. Um, Physical media releases of this film are notoriously unavailable to buy in the USA and go for a lot of money on eBay. Yeah. And like you were saying, like, and here's where I had that in my notes, Russell. So it says a full length version of the film was available for free on YouTube and had the full support of Kevin Smith. However, Kevin Smith finally regained the rights in 2024 and re released it both theatrically and digitally to celebrate its 25th anniversary. And supposedly, so this was said last year at Comic Con by Kevin Smith, that supposedly a new 4K edition of Dogma is supposed to be released this year, but who knows? I guess we'll see when it comes to that. Um, so the irony about the Catholics and the Catholic League protesting against this movie is that Kevin Smith was raised Roman Catholic and still considers himself a Catholic, and he even thanks God in the end credits and mentions that he is raising another little Catholic, which is his daughter. Um, the role of Loki in this was written for Jason Lee, but uh, but scheduling conflicts forced him to take on a smaller role of Azrael, and Matt Damon took over as Loki. Now, in the film, Loki is the angel of death, and Azrael is a demon who wants to cause mischief. And in traditional mythology, it is Azrael who's the angel of death, and Loki is a Norse god who causes mischief. And Loki is also named after Loki from the Marvel Universe. And coincidentally, 18 years later, after Dogma was released, um, Matt Damon would play an actor playing Loki in a play in Thor Ragnarok. So, Russell, you said why was it protested? I just think because of a lot of the biblical themes in the movie, and there's what some stuff in the movie that would be considered blasphemous to the Catholic Church and all that. So I guess that's the only reason I can explain is why it was protested. Um, So in the movie, Loki references Lewis Carroll's Through the Looking Glass and what Alice found there. And he claims that the novel is a criticism of organized religion. And not only does this cause the nun to abandon her calling, but it is ironic in that Carroll was a conservative Christian who openly defended Christian doctrines and advocated the teachings of Christ. Loki then comments that he enjoys such pranks when directed at the clergy, and it can therefore be noted that in Norse mythology, Loki is a cheeky trickster god. So, yeah, that right there is a definitely, uh, you know, pretty funny when it comes to that. Like they were just, it's very ironic with Loki just being this god of mischief, and but in the movie, he's just portrayed as this fallen angel, um, and the nun that was actually in that scene at the airport is played by Betty Amberline, who you may recognize as Lady Amberline in Mister Rogers' Neighborhood. So um, that was something that was new to me, that I just learned this week. So yeah. Um, Russell was like, "Oh, you say you're an atheist." So yeah, I at one point in my life I was also an atheist. But that's different now, and but I'm totally respectful of that. If you because I have other friends that are atheists as well, but they know that I'm not anymore. They know that I have kind of turned my life over, and I have different beliefs now. Um, but we're still respectful of each other, and because I don't try to force my beliefs on anyone else, because that's a I feel like that's a personal thing. That's not something that needs to be forced on anyone. Um, but yeah, I kind of I get where you're coming from, Russell. So that's maybe why you were asking why it was protested. Um, but yeah, that's the only thing. I just go based off what I've found from research on that. So really, I mean, that's the only thing I can think of though. Um, so several versions of the script had much more inappropriate dialogue for the conversation between Loki and the nun. Um, Originally, he had told her to take the money she was collecting and get um, a nice piece of ass. But this was changed for the movie to a nice dress. The original nice take the money and get a nice piece of ass is actually a reference to the movie Fletch, which that's one of the movies I did cover last week here on the channel. Um, um, and I didn't even realize that until this week. When I caught that when I was doing the research on the movie, I seen that was the original line. I was like, I caught it right away that was from Fletch. So, um, the hoods worn around the neck of the three angels of the film, Metatron, Bartleby, and Loki, represent their halos. Apparently, I didn't realize that either, but that's what that represents. Um, when Kevin Smith and Scott Mosier heard Alan Rickman was a Chasing Amy fan, they asked him to play Metatron. Um, he read the script and came back with two questions, which was, would they stay faithful to the script, and were the wings real or CGI? Which the wings in the movie ended up being practical. So I really appreciate Kevin Smith doing that instead of using CGI for the wings. At least I think that's how it is. I mean, like they don't look CGI. If they are CGI, it's really good CGI. Um, and according to Kevin Smith, Alan Rickman held on to the maracas all day when they shot the scene in the Mexican restaurant. When Metron shook them after his meeting with Bethany, he just started driving the crew and cast crazy, playing with them the whole day. Um, and according to Kevin Smith, Linda Forentino, I think is how you pronounce her name, who played Bethany in the movie, was very difficult to work with. Some days that she wouldn't even speak to him, and he later said that he wished he'd offered the role to Janine Garofalo instead. And she's in the Janine Garofalo's in the movie, but a very small role. Um, but once filming wrapped, Smith and Fiorentino didn't speak to each other anymore until 2018. Because so Kevin Smith suffered a heart attack in 2018, and he was contacted by her. He said that he was thankful to hear from her, and it also gave him a chance to say that he was sorry for talking bad about her many years before that. Out of all the people that contacted him, he enjoyed his conversation with her the most. I remember him saying that. Um, so Linda Fiorentino wasn't the first choice for Bethany, though. His first choice for the role was Gillian Anderson, which would have been awesome because I used to have a huge crush on Scully, and X Files is one of my all time favorite TV shows. Um, so we're running at 3 hours now, people. I did not expect to be on here this long tonight, but you know what? I got a couple more after this. I'm going to finish this up. And we'll be done for the night. So again, I thank you guys for being here with me. You guys that are still with me tonight, I appreciate you guys so much. Going to try to finish this up within the next 30 minutes, around 1:30. So like again, so sorry this runs so late, guys. I think I just made a little bit too long of a notes for all of these movies this week. But it is what it is. Um, so Alanis Morissette was slated to play Bethany after the Gillian Anderson thing fell through, but she was also unable to because of her 1998 to 99 world tour. By the time she was able to work on the film, the role had been cast, so she was offered the chance to play God as compensation. Um, Joey Lauren Adams was considered for the role of Bethany, and Shannon Doherty, who played Renee in Mallrats, wanted the role of Bethany as well, but no idea if she was actually considered. Um, I know Kevin Smith dated Shannon Doherty for like 3 years or something, but I'm not sure of the time frame. And maybe their breakup was a factor in why she wasn't chosen. I'm not really sure. Um, but Dogma marks the first appearance of a movies restaurant in a Kevin Smith film. Um, Something that becomes like a recurring establishment in the future of US Universe films. And it seems like there's always like Star Wars references in all of Kevin Smith's movies too. Um, so um, in Dogma, there is the Star Wars reference where when Bethany and Jay are talking, and Jay says, "It's like I'm Han and you're Chewie, and she's Ben Kenobi, and we're in that fucked up bar." Uh, the scene. What's cool about that is that they pay tribute to Star Wars because the scene transition is done the same way as the Star Wars movies, where it's like a wipe instead of just cutting to the next scene. So I thought that was very cool that they did that. I'm a big Star Wars guy, so like and obviously Kevin Smith is as well. So um, Jason Mewes had the entire script of Dogma memorized before rehearsals. And when asked why, he said it was because he didn't want to anger Alan Rickman. And because Kevin Smith took him aside before rehearsals began and said he needed to be on his best behavior and bring his A game to the set. And the reason that Kevin Smith, had that talking is because Kevin Smith has wrote about Jason Mewes' battle with drugs, and he's described how Mewes was using heroin during the filming of Dogma, and with 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 specific reference to the scene outside Boobies where the apostle is telling Bethany, Silent Bob, and Jay his life story. Mewes kept nodding off during that scene and during takes where he wasn't in the shot, and that ended up him getting told off by Kevin Smith. Um, but moving on from that, Kevin Smith originally wanted Danny Elfman to do the score for the movie, but he was unavailable. I know Kevin Smith, he wanted Samuel L. Jackson and Will Smith. It might have played Rufus, which ended up Chris Rock ended up getting the role of that. Um, this is one of the big ones for me right here. That's interesting. Um, Bill Murray, John Travolta, and Adam Sandler were all considered for the role of Azrael, and Sandler ended up turning it down to work on Big Daddy, which also features Joey Lorton Adams. um, Salma Hayek plays the muse, uh, Serendipity, and who is a stripper on Earth. And then I found this particularly interesting since Kevin Smith had originally asked Robert Rodriguez to direct this movie. Uh, and in 1996, Salma Hayek played a stripper vampire in Robert Rodriguez's From Dusk Till Dawn, which happens to be my favorite part of that movie. Um, Greg, you say you enjoy talking movies too? Yeah, man. Like I always love talking movies. That's why I started this whole channel, man. Um, Greg, you say, I miss Little Monsters and Wizards. Seen those in theaters. Yeah, yeah. Little Monsters and the Wizard, two of Fred Savage's greats, man. And the Wizard is one of my favorite movies of all time. Um, Russell's how yeah, I stated that earlier when I was talking about Little Monsters. Howie Mandel, he hated doing it, but just because of like the makeup process and the temperatures they were having to work in and stuff, yeah, he hated that. But like I said, he does still own the Maurice costume that he wore in the movie of Little Monsters. Um, Okay, so back to where I was at. So where when they first encounter the poop monster in in the strip bar scene, Jay says, "Let's smoke this motherfucker like it ain't no thing" to a gang member, which is a quote from NWA's "Gangsta Gangsta." And this same song was also referenced in Chasing Amy when Jay says, "Life ain't nothing but bitches and money." Um, and I love NWA, so I loved it that Kevin Smith is also a fan and threw that in there as well. Um, so Silent Bob only speaks 3 words in this whole movie. He usually has lines in every View Askew Universe movie, but he only has 3 words, and uh, one of two of the words he says is in a really cool scene where he tosses Loki and Barbie off the train. And he says one of the only lines he has in the movie, which is "no ticket." Um, and the "no ticket" line is a tribute to Indiana Jones, because when Harrison Ford is in Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, when he tosses the guy out the window, he looks at like one of the confused passengers and says, "No ticket." So, yeah, another one of those things I love about Kevin Smith, how he's always paying tribute to these other movies. That's so cool to me. Um, so towards the end of the movie at the church, there's another like pop culture reference. So as the cop is approaching Bartleby, Ben Affleck quotes from the 1970s series of The Incredible Hulk. Um, where he says, "Don't make me angry. You wouldn't like me when I'm angry." And then he snaps like the cop's neck. Um, so that's another show. Like even though it came out way before I was born. Uh, they always showed reruns of the Incredible Hulk on Sci-Fi Channel in the '90s when I was growing up. So I always loved watching the Incredible Hulk with Bill Bixby. It's just that's a classic right there. Um, After Bethany is resurrected at the church, Metatron tells her she can rebuild you. She has the technology. She can make you better, stronger, faster. And of course, this is a take on another classic 70s TV series and one of my favorite shows of all time, The $6 Million Man. Um, I've always wanted to meet Lee Majors. I know he still does conventions, um, but yeah, I don't know if I'll ever get to meet him. I don't hardly see him at any shows that I go to anymore. Um, Russell, you said you're an ex heroin user and OD'd 3 times and was dead for 10 minutes. Oh my God, that's wild, man. Thanks to our mom for finding us. Yeah, yeah, like Greg said, glad you recovered from that, man. Um, yeah, I'm glad that you're here with us today, talking movies with us here at 1:10 a.m. Eastern time in the morning, man, on an early Monday morning. um, oh, Greg, you mentioned the Lee Major scene in Scrooge with the fake movie they're making. Yeah. Oh, it was the what was it called? The night the reindeer died or something like that. The fake movie they're making in Scrooged. Um, yeah, it's and that's one that that's definitely one that I'll probably be doing later this year, um, around the Christmas time is Scrooged because I absolutely love it. You know, like I love Bill Murray. So yeah, you'll probably be seeing me cover a lot of these. I did Ghostbusters a few weeks ago, and here in a few weeks uh I'll be doing some more of his stuff, and here in February. Let's see, where was I? Okay, so even though it is revealed at the end that God is a woman, earlier in the film, God is referred to several times as He, meaning He simply revealed Himself as a woman. Um, and the what's his name? Metatron says at the end stage she's not really a woman. She's not really anything. So God isn't a man or a woman in this instance when it comes to this movie. It's just how they want to present themselves, I guess, at the time is what that means. Um, and you know, look, there were, like I said earlier, there were 8 different versions of the script, and none of them, including the shooting script, ever had anything about God cleaning up at the end. Um, so Kevin Smith he had what he called an epiphany at the last minute. Um, there had been several delays in shooting the scene, and the church eventually asked Smith to clean up the street. He chose to immediately clean up the street and added the scene of God cleaning up the street, and rather and just to not disappoint the church, I guess. So but you know, it works. It works in the end. That when he added that scene. So and I really like, you know, I think that it's a nice touch on how the film ends. Um, but yeah, like so. You know, Dogma is not one of my like favorite Kevin Smith movies, but I do enjoy watching it. This was the first time I had watched it in many years, actually, um, this past week, and I was talking about it earlier with my brother-in-law, and he has never seen he's never seen Dogma. He only recently watched Chasing Amy, so I'm gonna have to get him to watch Dogma and see what he thinks about it. Um, Russell, you said you loved Bill Murray in the film Where the Buffalo Roam with Peter Ford Fear. Yeah, about Hunter S. Thompson. Yeah, that's a really good movie. Now I had seen Fear and Loathing um, way before I had seen Where the Buffalo Roam because I didn't know about Where the Buffalo Roam for many years till probably about 10 years ago or something. I found it on like Netflix or one of those streaming services, and yeah, that's a great one, man. I love that. It's a very underrated Bill Murray movie. So moving on, like I stated earlier, Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back is the next movie on this, and it's my second favorite of the View Universe films by Kevin Smith. So this was released in 2001, and the original plot involved Jay and Silent Bob trying to save the beloved Quick Stop. Um, but of course, that was changed because where they're just trying to shut down this movie that's being made that's based off their personas, and they're just trying to they're battling with all these people on the internet that are saying stuff about them, talking shit. So there's just a lot of like random shit in this movie, but like it's just so funny from start to finish because, like I said, these are the two most popular characters in the Views universe, Jay and Silent Bob, and now we're getting like their solo movie for these characters, and what can you expect but but pure comedy throughout the whole movie. Um, the word "fuck" is used 248 times in this movie. Um, Jay is wearing a Berserker T-shirt with the image of Olaf, the Russian metalhead from Clerks. Um, so Kevin Smith was originally reluctant to do a Jay and Silent Bob solo film. He believed that the characters couldn't carry a film, but there was a very huge positive reaction to their cameo that they had in Scream 3, and that's what changed his mind. Um, and yeah, Greg, you said it must be some kind of record for sure. Yeah, like it's like fuck 248 times in a movie. That's got to be. If it's not, then I'd like to know the movie that beat it. um, like I said, there was a positive reaction to Jay and Silent Bob's cameo in Scream 3 that changed Kevin Smith's mind when making this solo film about Jay and Silent Bob. Um, and it was you know, these guys were so popular and people cared more about just seeing, even if it was just a small trailer of these guys. During the theatrical run of Scary Movie 2, many people bought tickets for the film simply just to see the trailer for Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back. And after the trailer ran, many of the moviegoers left the theater. Um, Russell, you say that Scarface has uh, more F words in it. I've that's still one that I have never seen. I need to change that though. I've never seen Scarface. So, if it has more than 248 F bombs in it, I didn't know that. Yeah, but I need to change. I need to watch Scarface eventually. Let's see, where was I at? Okay, so Kevin Smith originally wanted Howard Shore to compose a score for Jan Silent Bob Strike Back. Um, as he had a good time working with Howard Shore together for the score for Dogma. However, Shore wasn't available to do the score for Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back because he was already committed to the Lord of the Rings trilogy, and that's I consider the best trilogy of movies of all time is the Lord of the Rings trilogy. Um, it's an absolutely phenomenal series of movies, and I anyone that doesn't like those movies, I probably won't get along too well with. Well, that's not true. I mean, everybody's entitled to their opinions, but I mean, come on, man, how can you not love the Lord of the Rings movies? Those movies are so fucking well made, dude. Um, so anyway, on on Kevin Smith's podcast, Jay and Silent Bob Get Old. Um, Kevin Smith went on at length about how much of a headache that this movie was, mostly owing to Jason Mewes' drug and alcohol abuse, turned him into like a ticking time bomb. Um, and during pre-production, Smith and other crew members had to spend huge amounts of time keeping Mewes off drugs, and while shooting, Mewes would have constant mood swings due to heroin withdrawal, to the point that Smith actually threw him out of his car on their way to the set one day. Mewes would compensate for his lack of drugs uh, by drinking heavily after every day's shooting, and nearly got into a fist fight with Scott Mosier when he had to come back one night for a reshoot while drunk. Mewes later said that he was too intoxicated to remember anything that happened during production. The abuse got to the point where Smith had to threaten shutting the project down immediately, after which Mewes managed to stay clean enough to finish production. When the shoot wrapped, Mewes was back on painkillers and crack within days, so Smith invited him to live with his family in California, where Mewes stole Smith's money to buy heroin. Finally, Smith checked him into rehab and told him to point blank to get sober or he'd never speak to him again. He also promised him that if he managed to stay off drugs, he would write another movie for his character Jay to appear in. And this movie became Clerks 2. Smith later decided to make Jay and Silent Bob reboot, partially because he wanted to have better memories working with Mewes on a Jay and Silent Bob film than he did on this film. And yeah, that's so sad, um, that that they had to deal with that, like that, but that's all in the past. And like, yeah, like Russell said, the horrors of Hollywood. It's crazy what some people have to put up with when it comes to actors or filmmakers or whatever. But thankfully, nowadays Jason Mewes is sober. He's gotten clean. He's doing a lot better. He's managed to stay off the drugs. Um, so it's good to see. He's a lot more healthier these days. Plus, he's got a little girl now to take care of. He's got to take, he's got responsibilities. Um, so yeah, it's just, you know, people go through stuff sometimes, man. And it ain't pretty, but sometimes they manage to get through it, and put it in the past. Um, so early in the movie, so just talk about a little bit of stuff that happened in the movie. There's a guy. His name is John Willie Young. He appears as he's passing by Jay's mother, who's leaving little baby Jay in front of the quick stop. And he like makes the kind of a snide comment about her leaving Jay out there in front of the store. And this is the same guy that appeared in Chasing Amy as the character who tells the finger cuff story. And anybody that's seen Chasing Amy is very familiar with the finger cuff story. So, and that scene was set in the same place too, right in front of the quick stop. Is where we see that character in Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back. The baby Silent Bob was actually played by Harley Quinn Smith, which is Kevin Smith's daughter. Um, and this was her film debut, along with Kevin Smith's wife, who's also in the movie. Um, Jennifer Schwalbach Smith. This was her film debut as well. Um, so Brody is makes a little small appearance in Brody from Mallrats, and he has a comic book store, and it's called Brody's Secret Stash. And that's a slightly altered version of Kevin Smith's real life comic book store, Jay and Silent Bob's Secret Stash. So the store that's featured in the film was a location in California that closed in the mid 2000s. The one in Red Bank, New Jersey, is still open to this day. Um, the image above Brody's Secret Stash has the character holding like this white Dixie cup, which is like a thing that he constantly does throughout the entirety of Mallrats. Um, and in the entire scene inside the comic shop, Brody never puts down a white Dixie cup in the movie. So, and then Holden, when they go to see Holden McNeil, who's the main character in Chasing Amy, um, Holden's summary of Silent Bob's feelings towards Jay were improvised completely by Ben Affleck on set. So when he's like he says all that, and then it cuts to Silent Bob, not like doing the nod. That was Kevin Smith's like genuine reaction and approval for possible thought tracking for Bob from Ben. Um, so I always thought that was pretty funny. Um, so the phrase "fuck Jay and Silent Bob," "fuck them up their stupid asses," became so popular that it was used in just about every talkback on Ain't It Cool News, such as "fuck Osama bin Laden," "fuck him up his stupid ass." Oh, and yeah, that's a great line. That's a great line from the movie. It's very creative. Um, Jay and Silent Bob are explicitly compared to Bill and Ted in this movie. And what's funny about that is George Carlin makes a cameo appearance um, in this movie, and he was in both of the first two Bill and Ted movies that were out at this point. So this was before Bill and Ted Face the Music, which is an awful movie. Um, and I don't recommend you watch it if you've not seen it. Um, so the post on movie poop shoot. So when they go to the movie poop shoot at the on the internet at the movies restaurant, there's a post that says they're real people and very stupid. Was written by a user named Darth Randall, which is a reference to the character from Clerks. Um, and with the exception of Scooby Doo himself in the scene where they get in the van, the Mystery Machine van with the Scooby Gang, um, all the actors that are playing a Scooby Doo role in that has a credit in the Buffy verse with like Buffy the Vampire Slayer and the Angel series. And the core group in the Buffy series is actually referred to as the Scooby Gang. Um, Russell, you said to Greg, speaking of casino, there's a video on YouTube of Bert and Ernie doing the desert scene. Ernie does Joe Pesci's voice and Bert in De Niro's voice because they get. Oh, that's sauce! I need to check that out. Yeah, I definitely have to check that out. Um, Oh, okay. I see what you're talking about. Where you referenced that because Greg, you were saying the scene in Casino with Joe Pesci and Robert De Niro in the desert has a lot of F words in that, but not 240. Yeah, that's crazy. 248 F bombs um, in this movie. It's crazy. Um, so as I was saying, like when they had this scene where it's supposed to be like the Scooby Doo characters in the van that pick up Jay and Silent Bob. Um, the voice of Scooby Doo in that scene was provided by Mark Hamill. That was another new one on me when I learned that this week. Um, but speaking of Scooby Doo, Kevin Smith originally wanted Matthew Lillard and Freddie Prinze Jr. to be the stars of the fictional Blunt Man and Chronic movie. Because at that point they had starred in like several Miramax films together. Um, but ironically, Lillard and Prinz passed on the project, choosing to do the Scooby Doo movie instead, the live action Scooby Doo. Um, so Heather Graham, like I mentioned her earlier, because she auditioned for Mallrats. She was originally offered Shannon Elizabeth's role, Justice, but she turned it down because she couldn't figure out why her character would fall in love with Jay. Selma Blair was also considered for the role of Justice. Um, and Shannon Elizabeth actually originally read for a minor role, but Kevin Smith was so impressed with her that he decided just to cast her in the lead. Um, and when Justice and the other girls pick up Jay and Silent Bob, when the van um, when like they are using Jay and Silent Bob as like the patsies for like um the whole trying to break in and like steal this like that they're diamond thieves. They're trying to steal diamonds and stuff. When they send them off to like free all these like animals and stuff that were being like tested on in a lab, they come back to the van and and the van like blows up, and Jay, thinking that Justice is in that van, there's this like music in the background with like a Latin chant, like Latin style chant, um, and so it's actually saying in Latin, "Justice is dead," or so Jay thinks. Um, so I thought that was pretty creative. And another thing that was new to me, um, so in the sequence where Jay is imagining this world with super evolved monkeys, and it's like the Planet of the Apes. There's a line that says, "In this world gone mad, we won't spank the monkey will spank us." And that's a reference to the popular in Soviet Russia, that joke where the statement is always reversed. As Jay says this, the movie shows Randall getting shot by monkeys while wearing a Soviet Union hockey jersey. So, yeah, there's a lot of irony in all of this. Um, Will Ferrell's character, Federal Wildlife Marshal Will Holly, is a nod to the television series Land of the Lost, where the three main characters were named Marshall, Will, and Holly. And then Will Ferrell himself ended up starring in a Land of the Lost remake movie. Um, but Charlie Sheen was reportedly offered the role of Marshall, Will, and Holly, but he turned it down because he couldn't get a grasp on the character. Yeah, I don't think I could see Charlie Sheen playing that role anyway. I think Will Ferrell was close to perfect to being, the best or being the best choice for that role. Um, so there's a dam chase scene that is an obvious spoof of The Fugitive when Marshall, Will, and Holly is chasing after Jay and Silent Bob, and they get like to the end of this tunnel, or there's like a waterfall and everything, and so with the help of Suzanne the orangutan, Jay and Silent Bob are able to escape, and Marshall, Will, and Holly is tricked into jumping out the pipe and down the waterfall. But yeah, that's a direct spoof of The Fugitive, which is a fantastic movie. Um, so Tracy Morgan's drug dealer character was originally unnamed in the movie. Tracy Morgan came up with the character's name, Pumpkin Escobar. the day they filmed the scene. And Morgan also came up with the idea of Escobar's sidekick, Scott, reasoning that if his character was the West Coast Jay, he should have a West Coast Silent Bob. And that makes perfect sense. I love that idea. I love Tracy Morgan. Um, I, I liked him mostly when he was on Saturday Night Live. Um, but anyway, um, so when they're on the Hollywood lot, right after Jay and Silent Bob escape the security guard, they poke their heads around a truck, and the first thing visible is what appears to be Mr. Pink, Mr. Blonde, Mr. White, and a bloody Mr. Orange, which is from Reservoir Dogs, and that's probably my favorite Quentin Tarantino movie. Um, so I didn't notice that. Like I had never noticed that. As many times I've seen Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back, I had never seen that. And then when I was doing research, and I saw this, I had to go back and watch that particular scene to find that because like that's really awesome to me that that's included as well. Because I remember and I think Kevin Smith put that in there because Quentin Tarantino stated that when Chasing Amy came out, that was his favorite movie that came out that year. Um, so I guess this was just Kevin Smith's way of paying tribute to Quentin Tarantino. Um, so when Jay and Silent Bob entered the Goodwill Hunting 2 hunting season movie set, um, the girl standing in front of Jay is wearing a cardigan sweater identical to the one worn by Jeff the Dude Lebowski in The Big Lebowski. Yeah, and I always kind of noticed that too. I wasn't for sure, for a while if it was supposed to be the same, but apparently, yeah, it's supposed to be the same cardigan sweater. Um, let's see, because Ben Affleck reprised his role as Holden from Chasing Amy, Kevin Smith had originally wanted to cast different actors to play Affleck and Matt Damon in the Goodwill Hunting spoof. Smith first considered casting Vince Vaughn and Jon Favreau, then Shawn Wayans and Marlon Wayans, before finally deciding to cast Affleck and Damon as themselves. Um, I love the Wayans brothers, but I don't know how if I could have seen them in that part. I don't know if that would have worked as well. Uh, Vince Vaughn and Jon Favreau. No, I think that going with Ben Affleck and Matt Damon as themselves in that was was perfect. It makes it more comedic in my opinion. Um, so we're past 1:30. I thought I was going to finish this at 1:30, but it looks like I may be going a little bit longer, guys, because I still got a little bit more to cover with Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back. Then going to finish this up with the last movie of the night. Um, Greg, you said check out the Uncle Jemima's Pure Mash Liquor SNL skit with Tracy. I think I remember that. It's been a long time, but I think I do remember that. If it, I need to find that on YouTube. If it is on YouTube, I don't know. I'll try to hunt it down something wherever it is. Um, so like I said, Ben Affleck, Matt Damon mentioned that one reason to do a film was because they owed the director a favor. So it was actually Kevin Smith who brought the script of Goodwill Hunting to the attention of producer Harvey Weinstein at Miramax back then. Um, um, Gus Van Sant is seen counting his money. Gus Van Sant was the director of Goodwill Hunting. Um, and it was widely considered a more commercial movie for Gus Van Sant. As he usually makes quirky independent films with less commercial appeal. So, yeah, I think that Goodwill Hunting is probably Gus Van Sant's most well-known film. Um, Selma Hayek was originally going to reprise her role as Serendipity, the muse from Dogma, um, working on the Miramax lot. But however, due to her scheduling conflict, she had to drop out. But there is a painting of her at the start of the Scream 3 spoof instead. And Wes Craven and Shannon Doherty are also in this scene, and I love that because that was kind of like a uh, favor repaid because Jay and Silent Bob were in Scream 3 in a cameo, so Wes Craven agreed to have a cameo in Kevin Smith's film. So I love that, and you know Wes Craven, also another legend in cinema that's gone now, and you know big fan of all of his work that he has done. Especially Nightmare on Elm Street, People Under the Stairs, all kinds of stuff. Wes Craven and of course the Scream movies. Just an absolute legend when it comes to the horror genre. Rest in peace. Um, so when Jay and Silent Bob are running from the guards on the Miramax lot, they knock over a man in a Daredevil costume, which, from my understanding, was Ben Affleck in that costume. And Kevin Smith was also a writer for the Daredevil comics at this time. And he even appeared in that Daredevil movie with Ben Affleck. Um, so, as we know, like Shannon Elizabeth is one of the leads in this. But Jason Biggs is also in this, and he plays like the fake Jay for the Blunt Man and Chronic movie. And then Sean William Scott has the role as the I can't think of his character's name, but he was the guy that was with Justice and the girl gang that he had the guitar that they threw out because Jay tricked him into saying he would fuck a sheep or something like that. But all three of those, Sean William Scott, Jason Biggs, and Shannon Elizabeth, they when they filmed this movie, it was filmed around the same time as American Pie 2. Um, and at one point, Seth Green was even considered to play Jason Biggs's role of the fake Jay in the movie within a movie. Um, and this was just as an inside joke because, as I stated earlier, Seth Green auditioned to play Jay in Mallrats because the studio didn't want Jason Mewes to reprise his role as Jay. Um, But I think, after Mallrats, like that was just kind of given that like Jason Mewes was going to be Jay from then on out. Um, because he was his character was so memorable in Mallrats. Um, David Duchovny originally called Kevin Smith and told him that he wanted the role of Cockknocker. Um, Kevin Smith had gave him the role, but unfortunately, when it was time to start shooting, um, Duchovny was already filming the X Files and doing reshoots on Evolution, which is another really good sci-fi movie of the early 2000s. I kind of like that one. It's really funny too. But yeah, he couldn't make it, and then Mark Hamill was then brought in as his replacement. Um, so Mark Hamill, like I said earlier, he did the voice of the fake Scooby in the scene earlier in the movie, and then he was brought in to play the Bluntman and Chronic villain Cockknocker. Now, of course, Bluntman and Chronic is a reference to Batman and Robin, especially when Cockknocker calls Bluntman Hemp Knight, a play on Dark Knight, and ironically enough, there's a lot of irony, like I stated earlier. There's a lot of irony when it comes to this movie. But Mark Hamill provided the voice of Batman's villain, the Joker, in the animated series and the Arkham video game series. Um, and then Cockknocker's like lightsaber or whatever was actually a vibrator. Um, Now, in the scene with when Cockknocker and Chronic, which is when Jay is in the Chronic costume, the idea for like puffing on the blunt saber during that fight, that was Jason Mewes' idea, and I think they played into that really well. And I'm not gonna lie, like seeing a full on Blunt Man and Chronic movie would have been awesome. I think that was a missed opportunity by Kevin Smith to actually do that movie because you know it it may be may have been very hokey and silly, but I mean that's a lot of what this movie is, and what Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back is. It's a lot of hokey and very silly stuff, and I think that's why it's so beloved because sometimes we need silly stuff in our life like that. That doesn't have to be very um like very serious or anything like that. Um, so yeah, I mean I definitely think that could have worked if they would have actually made a real Bluntman and Chronic movie with Jason Mewes and Kevin Smith. But I think we're it's too late to kind of do that now. um, so when his right hand gets cut off by Jay's bong saber, he says, "Not again." And that, of course, that's a reference to Empire Strikes Back when his right hand got cut off by Darth Vader. And this was the first film in which Carrie Fisher and Mark Hamill had appeared together since Return of the Jedi. And apparently, neither of them knew the other was in the film until a few weeks after shooting had been completed. Um, Russell, you said you've never seen any of the Scream films? Oh man, if I could just recommend one, is definitely the original Scream. I think it's out of all the ones that have been made, which I think the seventh one is coming out next year. Um, and these past couple are not necessary at all. I think the series should have ended after Scream 3. But the original Scream is awesome, man. You definitely got to check it out. I feel like it is the movie that kind of saved the horror genre in the 90s, especially the whole slasher subgenre too, and just that Scream stuff has a huge cult following nowadays. It's crazy, like especially amongst the much younger generation some of who weren't even born when the original Scream came out, and that's fine. That's fine. It doesn't matter that they weren't born. It's just a matter of them. How they found it is all that matters. Because I wasn't born when the Universal Monster movies were released, but that's one of my favorite things in the world. Um, but yeah, and I get it, man. I'm not a fan of some sequels either. Um, So at the end of the movie of Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back, the characters there are characters that are seen coming out of the El Rey after having seen Blunt Man and Chronic. And Jay invites them to the concert across the street. In fact, uh, the El Rey is in Los Angeles is a concert venue, not a movie theater. And the performance by Morris Day and the Time was filmed in the El Rey. Um, And also, like I mentioned earlier, when I was talking about Chasing Amy, Alyssa Jones, um, and Trisha Jones from Mallrats are seen coming out of their theater side by side. And still, even at that point, as many times I've seen this movie, I didn't put two and two together that they are sisters. Um, because they had never appeared in the same movie before this. Um, and many times I watched this movie where they're coming out of the theater together, I just thought that these were just characters that were used in other Kevin Smith movies. I didn't think of them as sisters, but think about that now. Just the dialogue from Chasing Amy, and then both their names. It's it makes sense. Sometimes you don't think about stuff like that. Um, Russell, you said you grew up with Universal Monsters when you had kids that you glued together. Yeah, yeah, man. Like, I'm a big big collector of that Universal Monster stuff, and especially the old vintage stuff. I love finding that stuff all the time. Um, I don't have a whole lot of the vintage stuff, but I would like to at some point, especially those model kits that you spoke of. Um, so Alanis Morissette, who played God in Dogma, reprises her role at the end of the film's credits. Um, and this movie has a ton of other cameos other than the ones I've already mentioned, like Jon Stewart, Judd Nelson, George Carlin. Jason Lee shows up as both characters, Brody and Banky, from Mallrats and Chasing Amy. Chris Rock shows up as the director of the Bluntman and Chronic movie. Jamie Kennedy. So there's several screen ties of this. Jamie Kennedy's in the movie. Wes Craven's in the movie. Um, Kevin Smith wanted Matthew Lillard to be in the movie. Um, and then, of course, you have all the cameos from the View Askew characters at the end as well. Um, and although Randall and Dante are not the last characters featured in the film, they were the last two characters filmed when production wrapped. Um, Kevin Smith felt at the time of this movie's production that he should end the series with the two characters that started it. And Smith had since reopened the saga of this universe with the final movie that I'll be talking about tonight, and that's Clerks 2. All right, so with Clerks 2, the beginning of Clerks 2 takes place a little over 10 years later after the first Clerks. Um, Dante heads to work at the Quick Stop and discovers that it is burned down. Um, and this forces him and his friend Randall to seek employment at the fast food joint movies. Um, a year later, Dante is on the verge of leaving New Jersey to move to Florida with his fiancee Emma. This leaves Randall feeling rejected and betrayed, pretty much. However, as the day progresses, which is supposed to be Dante's final day, um, Dante starts questioning whether it's worth moving down to Florida after all. And believe me, there's a lot of crazy stuff that happens in Clerks 2. If you thought the first Clerks was crazy, Clerks 2 is even wilder. There's even some things that said in the dialogue of Clerks 2 uh, that I can't mention in this video because it's just very un PC. Um, but one of the things that most prompted Kevin Smith to make the movie was a promise that he made that I alluded to earlier to Jason Mewes. If Mewes had managed to stay off drugs, he would be able to play the character Jay one more time. And Kevin Smith kept this promise. Um, although most Kevin Smith movies have been interlocked with recurring characters, locations, and themes, and all that, um, as well as like all the references to one another. This is the first real sequel that he had made to any of the Views Universe films. Um, so various elements from this movie came from a script Kevin Smith wrote in 1994, which was never produced, called Bussing for Hollywood Pictures. It was described as Clerks in a restaurant and was very similar to Clerks and Mallrats. Um, so the letters, much like in the original Clerks, as they use it for like newspaper clippings and stuff like that, the letters in Clerks 2's logo all come from various fast food logos products. The C is from Carl Jr.'s. The L is from McDonald's, large fries. Um, the E is from Burger King's Whopper. The R is from Burger King. The K from KFC. And the S from Popeyes. Now, The word fuck and its variations are only used 136 times throughout this movie. Not the amount that was used in Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back, of course, but still, 136 is still a lot of F bombs. Um, Kevin Smith, he even auctioned off a walk on role in the film and the funds go to the Red Cross for aid to Hurricane Katrina victims. And the final bid was $16,000, which Smith matched to give to the Red Cross. Um, when Dante picks up Randall in the beginning of the movie, the house that Randall exits was actually Kevin Smith's childhood house on 21 Jackson Street. Um, and on their way to work at movies, the song "Nothing But Flowers" by the Talking Heads is playing, and I know that song is one of the main things that Kevin Smith wanted when he was making Clerks 2. Um, there's also a Talking Heads song that plays at the end of Little Monsters. I can't remember what it was called, but yeah, it's definitely a Talking Heads song that plays at the end of Little Monsters. Um, so the restaurant movies, which has previously briefly appeared in Dogma and Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back, 90% of the movie takes place at the restaurant in Clerks 2. There's even a Shaun of the Dead poster on the wall in the back of movies, and the actual location, the movies that was used in Clerks 2 was a closed Burger King restaurant. Um, yeah, that's it. Thank you, Greg. You said that song was "The Road to Nowhere." Yeah, it is that is the song that plays at the end of Little Monsters. So thank you for reminding me of that. I have to go back up here and read some of these comments in just a minute. I'll get back to these comments in just a second. Just I want to finish this up real quick. I don't have much left to talk about when it comes to Clerks 2. Um, Kevin Smith was criticized for casting his wife, Jennifer Schwabach Smith, in the movie. And he defended this, and I don't blame him when it comes to this. He said he defended himself by saying, "I always cast my friends in my movies. Why wouldn't I cast my best friend, which is my wife?" And definitely relate to that. If he was I didn't hear about this until I was researching this week, but if he was criticized for casting his wife, like, why the fuck do people care about that kind of shit? Um, it's whatever, man. Um, his wife anyway plays Emma, and is the third girlfriend that's either dumped, cheated on, or broken up with by Dante in the span of like 2 movies and 12 years, which the others were Veronica and Caitlin. Um, and then in the he ends up with Becky, played by Rosario Dawson, in the movie. Um, but several actresses were considered for the role of Becky. Among them were Sarah Silverman, who didn't want to play a love interest, but noting that she would have played Randall in a heartbeat. Rachel Wise, who's the filmmakers considered too difficult to get a hold of. Bryce Dallas Howard, who was already, albeit secretly, attached to Lady in the Water. Liv Tyler, who did not feel comfortable saying much of the dialogue. And Ellen Pompeo, I don't even know who that is, who could not do the movie because of her commitment to Grey's Anatomy. Rosario Dawson, considered a long shot, finally agreed to do the movie, mainly to see the filming of The Donkey Show. Kinky Kelly and the Sexy Stud. But had Rosario Dawson turned down the role of Becky, Kevin Smith's wife, Jennifer Schwabach Smith, would have played the part. And that's interesting because, she ends up playing, Dante's fiance, Emma. So if if Jennifer Schwabach Smith had ended up playing the part of Becky, who would have played Emma, I wonder? Um, so Kevin Smith has repeatedly called himself a closet black metal fan. Um, So when Jay and Silent Bob first appear in Clerks 2, the song playing is King Diamond's Welcome Home. And this is the same song that Randall and Jay sing to Elias, causing him to freak out. This was the first time King Diamond had ever authorized a movie to use his music too. So I think that's very cool. That that Kevin Smith got that honor of having the first time King Diamond was ever featured in a movie. Um, the character of Elias is named for Kevin Smith's favorite hockey player, Patrick Elias, of the New Jersey Devils. Um, and Elias ended up being one of my favorite characters from Clerks 2. Ironically, though, I'm not a fan of his character in Clerks 3. Much like the rest of the movie, I did not care for Clerks 3. Um, I wish it had never existed, to be honest, and that the universe had just ended with Clerks 2. I felt like Clerks 2 has a perfect ending to that whole saga of all those Universe movies. But that doesn't mean anything here or there now, because he's had a few more movies that came out after Clerks 2. So there's a part in Clerks 2 when a couple of guys walk up to Jay and Silent Bob to score some weed, and one of them asks for a nickel bag. Jay starts singing the same thing he does in Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back at the beginning of the movie. $15, little man, put that shit in my hand. And the guy with the beanie that says he likes to sing is one of the kids who bought weed from him in Jay and Silent Bob Strikes Back outside the store. Um, and the idea to have Jason Mewes do his Buffalo Bill dance to Goodbye Horses, that came straight from Jason Mewes, who apparently does this on a regular basis to writer and director Kevin Smith, and that's interesting to know. Um, but Randall's rant in this movie against the Lord of the Rings trilogy, and like I said, I love Lord of the Rings, so it's kind of hurtful that this was this his rant was taken almost verbatim from Kevin Smith's rant against the movies in his Evening with Kevin Smith too. Um, so many of Randall's lines are taken directly from what Smith said in the Q&A, including the line, and just before the credits roll, Sam bricks in Frodo's mouth. So I love Kevin Smith. I feel like I relate to him in a lot of ways, but that just breaks my heart that he's not big on the Lord of the Rings movies. Or, if he is, he just gives them shit, Um, I j which I totally could see that too with, the kind of humor that Kevin Smith has, so but, it is what it is. Um, so originally Matt Damon was supposed to play the role of Lance Dowds, AKA Pickle Fucker. However, Damon was also filming The Good Shepherd at the same time and couldn't make it, so Jason Lee took over the role during a day off from his show, My Name is Earl. Um, Joel Siegel, who was a film critic for Good Morning America, walked out 40 minutes into a screening of Clerks 2. In his own words, first movie I've walked out of in 30 fucking years. The straw that broke the camel's back was the scene where two of the characters discuss hiring a woman to perform sex acts with a donkey. Which ends up not being a woman, Mr. Joel Siegel. It was the sexy stud. So in the movie, Dante is painting Becky's toenails, and this is kind of parallel to the original Clerk, where Dante is seen painting the fingernails of his then girlfriend Veronica. Um, Another interesting scene around that same time frame in the movie is when they're at the playground in front of movies. The playground is in the shape of a dick and balls. And it's visible to see during the scene where Emma gives Becky the invitation to the wedding, And when Randall is telling Dante to go and find Becky after they kind of got in this argument, because like Randall looks over and he sees the truck pulling in for Kinky Kelly and the Sexy Stud, and he's just trying to get rid of Dante to go after Becky. But yeah, you can see like that the playground is in the shape of a dick and balls in those scenes, if you've never noticed that. Um, so one of the funniest things about this movie, like, and I said that Elias was one of my favorite characters in the movie, and it's the scene when Randall finds out that Elias is a virgin. So they start having this talk about sex and all that. And um, you know, Elias brings up the whole pussy troll thing with his girlfriend being called pillow pants. So the idea of the pillow pants troll was conceived when Kevin Smith was teasing Jason Mewes about why a woman wouldn't sleep with him, and he decided to put a reference to the troll in the movie. Harvey Weinstein saw a rough cut of the movie and strong suggested that they show the troll. Uh, they planned to have a scene showing the troll inside a giant constructed vagina with Muse playing the character. They were ultimately able to convince Weinstein that it was a bad idea and the scene was scrapped. I, I think I would have loved this scene. I think that would have been fucking hilarious. But yeah. So they scrapped that, and that really that sucks. I wish that's something that would have been in the movie. That would have been hilarious. Um, so when Becky decides to teach Dante how to dance on the roof of the restaurant, she calls Jay and Silent Bob from the roof to tell them to play some music. Jay and Silent Bob can't figure out where the voice is coming from, so Jay replies, "Lord," and this is obviously a reference to Dogma, which God appears as a woman in the end of the movie. Um, another song that's played in the movie is 1979 by the Smashing Pumpkins, and I'm a big Smashing Pumpkins fan, so I loved hearing that in the movie. Um, funny enough, the music video for 1979 was filmed in the same store used in Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back. Um, and then in that same like time frame of the movie, when Dante is like driving down the road and then he stops in front of this restaurant, and there's this little girl that's like waving to him from the window of the restaurant. That's Harley Quinn Smith again. Like, she played young Silent Bob in Jason Strike Back, and here she's a little bit older. Uh, you know, playing that little girl that's waving to Dante in Clerks 2. And that's those are the two movies that really launched her career. And she's doing movies now that she's older. She was in the Jay and Silent Bob reboot movie where she plays Jay's daughter. So yeah, she was in another one of Kevin Smith's movies where she was one of the lead roles in Yoga Hosers, which is not a very good movie. Sorry, Kevin Smith. I didn't like that movie. um, but anyway, moving on. The sign that Dante and Randall hang up when they reopen the quick stop at the end of the movie says, "I assure you, we're reopened," which is obviously an ode to the original film, which Dante has to use shoe polish to make a sign after the shutter locks were jammed shut with bubble gum, which he writes, "I assure you were open." Um, and also the film ends with Jay and Silent Bob returning to their hangout spots next to the RST video, and Jay is wearing his hoodie that says Justice TLF, which means Justice True Love Forever. Written on it referring to Shannon Elizabeth's character in Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back. Um, and in the original Clerks, there's no cigarette brands are ever named. Just when they come into the store, like a pack of cigarettes, and they don't ever, specifically name a brand. Um, and at the end of this movie, the Quick Stop only carries Nails cigarettes, which is a fictional brand shown in several of Kevin Smith's movies. Um, and the last line of the movie, today is the first day of the rest of our lives, is a paraphrase from the famous Abby Hoffman quote, today is the first day of the rest of your life. Make the most of it. Um, and the film starts and ends in black and white with the remaining 90 or so minutes in color, showcase all the characters like in a different light, much like the cameos made in Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back. Um, and I think that's very poetic because it's kind of like this is, how it started with Clerks, all in black and white. This is how the beginning of the movie Clerks 2 started. And then this is how it's going to end. And I felt like that should have been the perfect ending, for the whole View Askew universe, and wrapping up the story of all of these characters. Um, and, before Kevin Smith started writing the script, the only things like I said, one of these earlier, but the only things that he knew he wanted in the movie were a scene at the beginning where the quick stop burned down, the use of the Talking Heads song "Nothing But Flowers" during the opening credit sequence, the big song and dance sequence, the Jackson 5's ABC, the fact that by the end of the film, Dante and Randall would wind up owning the Quick Stop, and that the song "Misery" by Soul Asylum would play over the closing credits. And that was another reason this could have been like the perfect ending to the Views Universe series, is because I can't remember what song it was, but there was also a Soul Asylum song that plays at the end of the original Clerks. So, like I said, bringing all of these characters throughout this series of movies full circle, um, with that ending in Clerks 2 would have been perfect. But Kevin Smith had to go on and make Jay and Silent Bob reboot and Clerks 3, and you know those things exist, but I just choose not to accept them anymore, and that's why I did all these Music Universe films that I did this week, ending with Clerks 2, because personally for me, that's where those movies end. Um, but yeah, guys, it has been I've been on here for over 4 hours, and that's insane. I was only expecting to be on here for about 2 hours. Um, but I guess I kind of overwhelmed myself with the amount of notes that I took this week, for all the movies. Um, and guys, the ones that are here with me right now, Greg and Russell, I appreciate you guys being in here so long, just chatting, just talking about different things, from movies to music to all kinds of different things. And I hope to see you guys join me again next week. I do these every Sunday night. I'll have a whole bunch of new movies I'll be talking about next Sunday. Um, and if any of you guys that are here late, if you missed some of the beginning of the show, um, you know, it'll be after this stream ends, it will all be put onto the channel so you can watch it again later for whatever you missed. But and if you guys are new to this channel, please like this video, like my other videos as well. Subscribe to the channel. Let people that may be interested in this kind of thing, that wants to talk movies or just hear me bullshit about movies that I love. Um, and I just love interacting with you guys too. Like talking about all the stuff, and you guys helping me out at times here, helping me remind me of names of songs and all that. Um, But before I go, I'm just going to look at some of the stuff from the chat. Um, back here, see, back up a little bit here to see that Russell, you're saying Lon Chaney had to take over the monster because Glenn Strange hurt his ankle. Yeah, like and Glenn Strange is probably my favorite rendition of the Frankenstein monster, to be honest with you. Um, Greg, you said you love the Talking Heads. Yes, who doesn't love the Talking Heads? Um, Burning Down the House, the Psycho Killer. Yeah, Psycho Killer is a great song, Russell. Um, yeah, guys. Again, I just really appreciate you guys being here. And Russell, you said you learned a lot. Yeah, man. Like I learned a lot this week, and I'm happy to share that with you guys. And, you guys can extend your knowledge on these movies too. Um, but I guess I'm out of here for tonight, guys. I have work early in the morning. Um, it's 2:14 a.m. Eastern time where I'm at. I gotta get some sleep. But again, thank you guys for checking out the stream. Um, I love you guys and have a good night.